All right. How's everybody doing tonight? It's a nice summer night for a change, right? And we're in here while everyone else is at the fair enjoying something maybe a little better. But welcome everybody to the Wednesday, August 28th, 2024 City of Edina Planning Commission meeting. On behalf of the rest of the commission, we are grateful you are here, especially those who are in person in attendance, but also those tuning in remotely. I say it every time, your curiosity, your participation, and your feedback is crucial as we navigate change together here in Edina, specifically regarding the ways in which we'd like to use our land. I'm hearing some feedback over here, but it's good. So tonight we got 3 public hearings, and I'll go through kind of the process of what to expect for each public hearing later. But it's important for you to know that we take all feedback seriously here, the city, the planning commission. So any way in which you have provided it, whether it's through email or through the city's engagement website, bettertogetheredina.org, it has gotten its way to us, and we will consider it as we make our recommendations tonight. In addition to the 3 public hearings, we have 2 reports and recommendations, so it will be a busier meeting. I will provide some info later for you to call if you're tuning in remotely to testify. As we move along, just to get you up to speed with what the agenda is, we'll do a call to order, a roll call. Then we'll do an approval of the meeting agenda as well as the prior meeting's minutes. After that, we have our community comment period, and that's your chance to speak about a matter not on tonight's agenda. You have 3 minutes to do so. After that, we have our public hearings, and we got 3 of those, as I mentioned. Then we got 2 reports and recommendations, followed by chair and member comments and staff comments, and then we adjourn. One cool thing that the city does, in addition to us, we're a 9-member resident volunteer body that represents the city on land use matters, but the city has a cool thing where we have 2 student commissioners. So tonight is the last evening for one of our fellow student commissioners, and it's a pretty cool experience and a really cool commitment that they come here and participate. Would you like to say anything after serving a full year? 2 years? 2 years?
My favorite meetings are the ones that go until 12, because I don't have anything better to do with my time. And then my least favorite meetings are when we end at 8. But that might be a little controversial.
Well, it's really cool. The city does that, and we have students that step up. I don't know. It's really cool. Yeah, Commissioner Elkar.
I just want to pile on a little bit and thank Sarah for her work on the Cahill group also. So that was extraordinary service in addition to being a planning commissioner.
That's pretty impressive. I don't know many students in high school that I can think back to that had this kind of direction and commitment figured out. It's really cool. So thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, without further ado, we will get into the meeting. So call to order and then roll call.
Commissioner Elkar.
Here.
Commissioner Miranda.
Here.
Commissioner Padilla.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Hu.
Here.
Commissioner Day.
Here.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Here.
Commissioner Felt.
Here.
Commissioner Hanneman.
Here.
Chair Bennett.
Here. Now we have the approval of tonight's meeting agenda. Welcome a motion to approve if there's no proposed changes.
Motion to approve the meeting agenda. Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. So moved. Next we have the approval of the prior meeting minutes on July 24th.
Move to approve the meeting minutes.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Next, as I mentioned, we have the community comment period. So this is your chance for anyone who's here in person to come up. You can come up to a podium. You have 3 minutes to testify. Say your full name, address. When the light turns green, the 3 minutes start. When it's amber, you have 30 seconds. When it's red, your time's up. Please come forward if you are here for this. Thank you. Either one.
Hi, David Frankel, 4510 Lakeview Drive. A couple weeks ago, I was down in Des Moines for other reasons, but I went to what's called the Harkin Institute. If you're familiar, Tom Harkin, Senator Tom Harkin, was a co-author of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, and there's an institute named after him. It has a very interesting background on ADA law and why it was passed. Why I bring that up? I was behind complaining about the pedestrian bridge that was built over in Grandview, as you probably all know. My concern is ADA needs to be at the top of the list for all planning. Shouldn't be just saying we're ADA compliant, it should be in writing. It should have details. I'm not an architect, I'm not an expert, but there are people in the community who are and know the details of this. When the proposed Grandview Bridge was talked about, I asked for a rendering how that bridge is going to be ADA compliant. I never received a rendering. When I look at the renderings for the proposed projects on France Avenue, they all say we'll be ADA compliant. That's not good enough. None of those proposed renderings have any bridge or underpass or whatever you want to call it over France Avenue. None of them have a rendering that includes that. Again, it should be more than just words. I don't think the developers understand these ADA bridges, underpasses, whatever, are very large structures. It's not something you just slide right in. And I want to be confident that they are abiding by ADA, not just saying they are. The other issue is the city on this proposed CIP has $2.2 million to make the Grandview Bridge ADA compliant out to Gus Young Lane. I don't know where that came from. That's essentially saying we're admitting that bridge over there in Grandview is not ADA compliant, even though it's under investigation by U.S. Department of Justice. And also, there's currently waiting, and I've requested it, a structural report on the Grandview parking ramp. So why are we getting ahead of ourselves, proposing $2 million to make it ADA compliant when we don't know if that structure is going to be around in a year? I don't understand the planning behind this, and I don't understand any of the ADA issues behind this. If this is going to be ADA compliant the way it stands now, where's a rendering? I just don't understand this whole lack of planning. I can't say any more. There's no planning going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your comments the last meeting, too. If you have anything that you can share with us, please send it to Planner Teague, and he'll distribute it to us, because we want to be just as informed as you. Sometimes we don't find out, earlier than you find out on things, too. So sometimes other people are in the know more than we are regarding matters that are planning, too. Anyone else that is here for community comment? All right, seeing none, we will move to the public hearing. We have 3 of them. The first one is a 45.8-foot setback variance from Lake Cornelia for a patio at 6612 Cornelia Drive. So the process for our public hearings and what you can expect for the next 3 is an applicant puts in a formal submission to the city, and the city puts together a staff report, the planning department. And with that report, they create this presentation for us. They present this to us. We have a back and forth questions. Then we give the applicant an opportunity to provide their own presentation or answer questions. And then we open it to the public hearing, and that's your chance as someone who's here in person or someone tuning in remotely to testify about this matter. And you have, similar to the community comment period, 3 minutes to do so. After that, we close the public hearing, and we take it back to the Planning Commission to deliberate, and we make our recommendation for approval or denial. So for those who might be tuning in, just so you can get ready to participate, we'll want you to get in the virtual queue, so you'll have to pay attention to a bunch of numbers here. So call the following number, 312 535-8110. Enter access code 2632-661-6813, and the password is 5454. And you'll press *3 on your keypad to get in the queue to speak, but you don't have to do that quite yet. As I mentioned, we'll have a couple of presentations and back and forths here. Without further ado, Planner Ocker, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. The request is for a 45.8-foot setback variance from the 75-foot lake setback requirement to locate a new patio 29.2 feet from the ordinary high water elevation of Lake Cornelia. All improvements, with the exception of sidewalks and retaining walls, are subject to the required lake setback. The property is located immediately adjacent to single-family homes and backs up to Lake Cornelia. The original 1955 Rambler on the site has been torn down, and in 2018, a new two-story home replaced it. This is the home before it was torn down, and this is a survey of the property prior to demolition. What you'll notice on the back wall of the house, there's a setback of approximately 53 feet from the back wall of that original house that was built in the 1950s. This is a photo of the new home. It's a two-story home with a two-car garage. The new home received a variance in 2018 from the basement requirement to build a slab on grade to lift it above the designated flood elevation, and a 29.1-foot setback variance from the ordinary high water elevation of Lake Cornelia to position the new home in approximately the same location as the original home. So this is the proposed survey when they submitted for variance application and also for building permit. The property consists of a newly built two-story home. It has been raised out of the flood elevation or flood zone. And it should be noted that the ordinance was amended after this home was built, so there's no longer a requirement to have a basement. So they would not have required currently a variance from the basement requirement, only the setback requirement. And highlighted in yellow here, you'll see that there's a 75-foot setback showing where that line is. It bisects the home. So it was a difficult lot, obviously needed a variance to rebuild on. This is a slide of the as-built survey that was done after the home was complete. The home had a paver patio installed in the rear yard immediately after the home was completed. City staff had to order the removal of the patio upon engineering's final inspection that was based on the approved grading plan for a new home, which did not include the patio. And also, a patio was not included in the variance package because the paver patio is much closer to the lake than 75 feet, and all improvements are required to maintain the setback. So this is actually the request is for a patio. It's a little different configuration, but they would like to have a patio in their rear yard. The homeowners are now requesting a variance for a new 467 square foot patio design that is 29.2 feet from the lake. These are photos of the home before it was torn down. There were no improvements in the back of the home. No patios, no decks. And this is a little different shot of the area between the old house and the shoreline. So I did some measurements off of an aerial photograph, and these are approximate estimates. They're not, concrete. Of where some of the improvements around that east side of Lake Cornelia are from the lake. And they do vary, and you can see that there are, a variety of lot depths. So there's more opportunity in some lots than others. So the closest one was about 32 feet, 36 feet, 34, 33 feet. And those are the lots that were the shallowest, including the subject lot, which is here. And then some of the lots get deeper, and the setbacks from any rear yard improvement, like a deck or a patio, are obviously further away. Give you an idea of the homes on either side. There's a deck improvement on the house at 6608, and that's a little over 32 feet from measuring off the aerial photo. And then the one that's adjacent on the other side is about 36 feet. So a case can be made for both approval and denial. And I guess I should mention too, in the early 1990s, the DNR mandated a statewide change for setbacks from water bodies, with all setbacks increasing for the purpose of protecting shoreland for future improvements. Most homes backing up to the lake were built in the 1950s, with many homes and other backyard improvements becoming non-conforming given the increase. It jumped from 25 feet to 75 feet. So that was a significant change for a lot of the properties that are along Lake Cornelia, causing a lot of them to be non-conforming. So a case can be made for denial and approval. To deny the request for 45.8-foot setback variance from the 75-foot lake setback requirement, to locate the patio 29.2 feet from Lake Cornelia at 6612 Cornelia Drive can be based on the following findings: that the proposal does not meet the standards for a variance, with no circumstances unique and specific to the lot. Many of the homes on the east side of the lake are similarly non-conforming to the lake setback. Due to the proposed reduction in setback, the patio conflicts with the goals and policies set by the DNR originally when the change was made in setback, and supported by the city, to increase protection of shoreline areas. Allowing the variance to locate an improvement closer than ever before on the lot may set a precedent, given other properties along Cornelia shoreline require the same setback and would need variances for similar improvements. The property is also currently built and has reasonable use with the new home. So a case can also be made for approval. Approval of the request for the 45.8-foot setback variance could be based on the following: the practical difficulty is caused by the existing 75-foot setback required from Lake Cornelia. The setback was changed in 1992 from 25 to 75 feet, requiring variances for nearly all improvements for many homes on the adjacent lot. And it becomes, a comfort level as to, how close to the lake the Planning Commission feels is appropriate. A unique circumstance includes the shallow lot depth as compared with nearby lake properties. So there is less opportunity for improvements on the subject property. The proposal would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. A patio at ground level will not be seen from the lake. There are other homes around Lake Cornelia with improvements in the rear yard closer than 75 feet. Any approval should be subject to the following conditions: subject to the plans and survey date stamped July 9th, 2024, subject to the compliance with engineering's memo dated July 30th, 2024. Staff is not supportive of the request and does recommend denial. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you have. I believe the homeowners, Ron and Stephanie Rousley, are here as well.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions, fellow commissioners? Yeah, Clint. Oh. You got it.
I'm just wondering, Chris, if you're aware that there was something in the materials about the DNR possibly changing the rules again, or that, are you aware of any coming change to this?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any coming change at all. Just that it changed in 1992 for us. Our ordinance was amended based on what the DNR had mandated earlier.
Right, and there's no chatter at that level about
I'm not
additional
aware of
changes.
it, and the trend has been moving deeper, not closer.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, There was talk in the application materials about the property being designated by FEMA as out of the floodplain. Is there something with that that we should understand when we consider this?
It doesn't affect a patio installation. The house itself had to be elevated and pulled up out of the flood zone. The basement, at that time, it was a walkout, and it was below the flood elevation. And so at the time, they decided not to have a basement because actually where they would have had to put their basement is where the slab is currently, which was pretty much where the grade is, and the house would have been, if that was the basement, it would have been much taller. So in terms of the FEMA floodplain, a patio isn't going to be affected.
Planner Rocker, a question about the process here and just how it's, I guess, presented to us in the packet a little bit. So just in terms of, all the criteria that have to be met, we have listed in here, I think, 1, 2, 3, and then, part 3 has 3 parts to it. And those first 2, the variance would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance, and the variance would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Is that newer that we include some of that? So, I mean, it seems to me a lot of times when we get these variances, that these criteria that are listed off have changed. So I was just looking back. This reminds me a lot of a proposal for a variance or a variance request that we reviewed back in September of 2023. And I looked back at that agenda, and that started with basically part 3 of what's in this packet today. So the relief, the practical difficulties, circumstances unique to the property, et cetera. So I'm just wondering about the introduction of the variance would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and then the variance would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance. And if that's new or if that's chosen just for this particular proposal, or how that works.
Not chosen for this particular proposal. It's actually language. We're going to update our variance application. That's statutory language.
Mm-hmm.
It actually isn't. We did have our city attorney years ago, and the statutory language is the same. And he came up with the language that's in the application. But to be more precise, to be exactly how the statute reads, we're changing that language. So no, it's not specific to this particular. It's just going forward, you will see a change in the language. It really, from a substance standpoint, really doesn't change all that much. In terms of is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? Is it a single dwelling unit, and is that what the comprehensive plan for that area prescribes? Yes.
So this is a change, like this is the first time, this meeting is the first time we're seeing this additional? Right, I'm trying to just clarify that. And then if it's part of the application now, or if it's going to be introduced to the application, just working out that timing.
Sure. It's going to be introduced in the application. Our current application has not been updated on our webpage, but it will be changed.
Okay.
To be more specific and clarify to be in line with the state statutes. It is currently, but this will be more verbatim.
Okay, so this applicant wouldn't have seen this language on their application currently, or
No.
when they applied?
No.
Okay. That's it.
Commissioner Felt.
Planner Ocker, this 75-foot setback, it's for all built structures? Like if this was a deck or
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what materials, any kind of patio or deck or whatever would be on the back. This 75-foot setback would apply to everything.
Well, it does not apply to sidewalks, steps. We have to provide access.
Yeah.
And so that's an exception. Riprap, retaining walls if somebody has to retain ground. Those are the exceptions. But patios, decks, gazebos, fire pits, all of that should maintain the required setback.
Any kind of permanent structure. When you say fire pit, you're talking about a fire pit. They could have like a solo stove and chairs back there.
Yeah, there'd be no way we could really
Okay.
regulate that.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to dig a little deeper on that, what Commissioner Felt was talking about there. So hypothetically, if, I'm not saying the applicant would want to do this, but if they wanted to create with some edging and gravel, for example, something, a permeable gravel of the same shape as the patio that's being applied for now, would that be applicable? Could they do that?
Engineering would have to review it, because we've had some applications that engineering has deemed, counts as hard surface, so therefore would count as a patio. I mean, it has to be permeable and, not compacted to the degree that they would consider that.
Okay, so
a hard
permeability
surface.
matters.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so maybe gravel, maybe mulch,
Oh, yeah,
maybe
mulch
mulch would be
probably-
fine.
Yeah.
And certainly if they wanted to, well, I shouldn't say that, it's a question. If they were to want to, say, just flatten out the grade of that part of their yard, replant the turf so it was a perfectly flat area, open area, it would be permeable, it'd still be turf, would that require a permit?
It would require a grading permit.
Okay.
Because there was a grading plan that was approved at the time the house was built. They also have a retention area that was built to address.
Yeah, I mentioned this, sorry, I read about that.
Yeah, and so if they are going to make a change, I'm not saying they can't, it
Right.
just would have to go through engineering's review, and it probably would require a grading permit, because they'd have to update whatever was approved when the house was originally built.
Okay, so it sounds like there are some things that they could do, that would be permissible in that space that would allow them to enjoy their yard differently, but the patio would require a variance.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Day, just wanted to point out that back in May, when we had a variance request, it did have that language about the essential character as well.
Bornstein.
So you showed a map of all the, or most of the properties around Lake Cornelia. Do you mind just pulling that back up?
And the measurements are off of an aerial photograph, so I don't want anybody to
Yeah.
think that they are, these are approximate, very approximate.
Okay. So how close would this improvement be to the lake? Was it 29 feet, or what did you say it
Roughly
was?
29 feet, yes.
Okay.
And that is to the ordinary high water elevation, and I'm measuring off the edge of the water. I don't know if those are the same elevations. But the three where they're located, where it's located, those are pretty much the closest over here to the lake, and then they, widen out, and the lots get deeper.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if the variance were granted, would that make this property the one with the improvement that was closest to the relevant boundary, closer to the relevant boundary than any other property?
Probably. I don't know for sure. A lot of those improvements, I was looking at old surveys, and
Yeah.
most of those surveys are from 1955, and it's just a box on a lot, and there isn't any patios or decks or anything showing on there, so it's difficult to know.
Okay.
Commissioner Miranda.
So, other setback ordinances the city has are typically created entirely within the city itself and just due to, neighborhood character or whatever, right?
Yes.
So, but this is actually a state ordinance that required the city to change its ordinance? Is that-
Yes.
Okay, so the city changed its ordinance. So the state ordinance presumably exists to protect water quality, or,
I'm sure that's part of it.
yeah,
And also to protect the shoreline. You know, there's a movement away from having manicured lawns up to shorelines and all of that. I mean, this happened quite a long time ago, and it was quite a shock for a lot of people that had property that had, there are some properties where it's a 50-foot setback from a lake, pond, or stream, but we do have some, Arrowhead, Indian Head Lake, Lake Cornelia, Mirror Lakes, those are all 75 feet. And that is the setback tripled for those properties. So it is, you know, it is, can be really, obviously with this one, it's a real challenge.
Okay, thank you. And then so what's the water quality for Lake Cornelia?
I'm probably not the expert to
Okay.
answer that.
I mean, it seems like there's a lot of complaints about it, was my understanding, but I don't live there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Planner Acker. Just a couple questions on the variance for new construction. So do you have any sense of how many homes have been upgraded or new construction that occurred on that lake since, I guess, 1992?
Hard to say. I know there was one that was taken down to the foundation and literally rebuilt on the foundation with very limited improvements, but they wanted a newer home. Obviously a much nicer home. And that one and another one, well, more than a few, prompted an ordinance change that now we define what a tear down is, what a new home is. You know, we have this 50% exterior wall area removal. That one wasn't subjected to the scrutiny for a new home because it was considered, you know, a remodel, and it was not out of the envelope of what was there currently. Now that would have been considered a new home, and it would have had to get a variance from the 75-foot setback. There really haven't been, I think, there's a vacant lot, 6708, you can see. I don't know why that hasn't been rebuilt on. You know, there may be some challenges, I don't know. There are newer homes on the west side, but again, they're much deeper and further away.
Gotcha. Just thinking through this a little bit more here. So you kind of mentioned if it was a new construction, let's just say it falls within the definition of new construction.
So this is a new house.
Yeah, this would be a new home, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Then any new construction would more than likely, just looking at the distances from the lake line to the end of the home, would probably need a variance to meet the requirement for the 75-foot setback.
Yes, most of the homes on the east side of Lake Cornelia are very impacted by that and would require a variance. I mean, that survey that I previously showed that the current home and the previous home on that lot was bisected. I mean, it was right through the middle of the house where that 75-foot setback is. It's a shallower lot, but even if you have a little bit deeper lot, it's still going to be impacted.
Yeah. And even like just looking at the front of the home, I think the code says that we would look at the average of the distances from the street
Correct.
to the front of the home.
They were lucky enough to be able to pull their house a little bit forward.
Gotcha.
I don't know if, that could happen in every instance.
Like, I guess like where I'm going with this one is just to understand like where on the property could you position a home that you wouldn't require a variance, but what it seems like more than likely here, any new home, any new construction would more than likely need a variance to exist on this property.
A lot of them would. This particular property, you couldn't rebuild a house on that lot without getting a variance. There's no footprint that you could build a house.
Thank you.
Just have a question. When does the statute of limitations run out after new construction? Right, because, I mean, anyone can modify a portion of their property without needing a permit, depending on what it is, correct? So, like, what is that magic window? You don't need a permit for a patio, correct? If it's like at all, right?
It depends. If it requires grading, a certain amount of grading, then yes, it would require a grading permit. But you're also correct that if it doesn't need a grading permit, it's not something that the city has any record of or that we would review, and that it's put upon the property owner to know the rules and to make sure that they comply. That's why I'm saying there's all kinds of stuff in the backyards of, these
Yeah.
along the east side that I don't know, we don't have any record of.
Yeah, because
And in terms of it's a 5-year look back for engineering to look at.
So 5 years.
Yeah, for
Okay.
their review.
Because I know, yeah, it's basically if you don't move more than 10 cubic yards of soil or 2,500 square feet, which this wouldn't be doing, and if it were more than 5 years, they technically could do this, as far as I understand our code.
Well, no, they would need a variance, and they should come in and have that addressed because it would not meet the setback. And if it did need a grading permit, we wouldn't be able to issue a grading permit for it.
But you don't need, but you don't need a permit for a patio, right? So I'm just trying to put myself like in a sympathetic shoes of like a homeowner or someone, like say you owned a house here for like 10 years and you want to put in a patio. I mean, I guess if you went to the city's resources, how would you know? If there's not a permit required for a patio, right? I mean,
We wouldn't unless there was a complaint.
correct?
Right.
And we've had those, and we've had to enforce the ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, you just, like, you look at this map too, and just from a sympathetic standpoint is like this is probably one of the closest houses to the lake too, which just limits what you can do around it. And it would seem reasonable to put something you could sit at that doesn't seem to be quite a big impact, especially if there isn't a permit required for a patio. It just seems like one of those unfortunate gray areas until there might be a complaint, you wouldn't know. So I don't think there's like foul play. I think when people build a house, they don't have some landscape improvements planned, and it's not like they were intending to sneak this in later. It's just like, hey, we built a house. Usually you see a house without a deck, then they add a deck later, or they add a patio later. So just trying to reconcile what is required and what isn't, and what that statute of limitations is. If this were 5 years later, would this even come before us if there weren't a complaint? Probably not.
Well, if the property owner's aware of the ordinances and it needs a variance, then it should come in front of the planning commission. I do want to raise one more issue.
Sure.
That, and this is a pretty new issue. We have a hard surface or impervious surface maximum as well. This project meets that requirement. That's also something that becomes an issue if people don't get permits for things, and we do have that in place as well. So
I just see it's tough because like there isn't a permit for a patio necessarily. So like if you went to the city's website, like I don't know, I mean I could see why would you keep digging.
Isn't it kind of like when you put a fence on your property line that maybe abuts the street? I'm thinking of like my house is on a corner lot. If I didn't do what I do, and I could put the fence there, but it's technically part of the easement of the city, and I wouldn't have to have pulled a permit, but it would still be violating the setback.
Yeah, and you might not know until there's a complaint. I'm just trying to understand timing, and like let's say this was 75 feet away, and they didn't move more than 10 cubic yards or 2,500 square feet. I mean, they could do that. It's just because this is in place and it's encroaching. I get it. I'm just trying to understand like why it might be tough to try to do something right, and maybe you just don't know, and then you're stuck. So, yeah.
But aren't the regulations around every body of water?
Yeah, so it sounds like 50 feet for some, 75 feet for others. But like if you see your neighbor that has a deck pretty close to the water, like you might just not know. So yeah, like you should look into it and you should follow the rules, but like let's say that they have a pervious patio, right? I mean, would there be an issue here? Like if it were 100% pervious or most of it was drained and contained, there wouldn't be an issue, right?
That's included in hard surface coverage, impervious surface coverage, that whether it's permeable or not, because if it's permeable, at some point you have to maintain it. And so I wasn't part of that group that decided what would be included in that, but literally every hard surface, even if it's permeable, is counted in the 50% maximum.
Yeah, because engineering's report, I mean, it's assuming it's 100% impervious surface, so. I mean, it just sounds like, I mean, what Commissioner Elker mentioned too, like there could be some practical alternatives that could be explored that achieve maybe the same thing. Just trying to help find a solution if there is one. But yeah, that's all I got for questions. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Give the chance for the applicant, if you'd like to say anything, provide a presentation or answer any questions. If you got questions for us?
No
Thank you.
questions, but we do have some context associated with sort of what you all have heard. First of all, Chris and her team have been great to work with. They allowed us to take a property that was very difficult to try and fit in, and we were able to get a wonderful house. I travel a lot for work, and I was telling my wife this when I came home today. Beautiful sunset. I said, man, I am lucky to live in this house. It's too bad I can't go outside and sit on a patio to enjoy the outdoors. Lovely view, but we just can't, at this point, have a patio out in that area. So this started a long time ago, probably late 2017, early 2018. There was an existing home there that you saw. Our goal was we were going to keep the house and we were going to remodel it. And as we applied for a variance for a 3-foot extension on the garage, we were told, hey, you can't do that because your home is in a floodplain, and in order to do that, you're only allowed to do a certain amount of improvements to the property. And when we had submitted for the 3-foot variance, we had submitted our whole entire plan to remodel that home. Well, that was going to be basically taking it down to the studs and starting from scratch and trying to make that home work for us as it existed. Once we found out that you can only improve the property so much because you don't want to have property being improved a lot in a floodplain, we understand that concept, was going to take us about 6 years to do everything that we wanted to do to that house to get it to the point to where, that's what the house we wanted to live in. We didn't want to live in construction for 6 years, and so working with Chris and her team, they came up with a plan and supported a variance for us to build this home, which we were very thankful to have that opportunity. Having said that, I got to say we were pretty focused after a year and a half of trying to negotiate to get this home put on, to just build the home. We hadn't thought about landscaping yet. We hadn't thought about whether we were going to have a patio. I will say that during the course of our discussions with the planning group, we had talked about the possibility of having a deck put on the second level of the home on the backside so that we could have some sort of a view to the lake. And we were told that that was not permitted because it was going to be too close to the lake. Okay. We decided to build the home differently, and we do not have any sort of an overhang or a patio or a deck on the property. So it's just the back end of the home. I wish I would have known that we could have applied for a patio at the time, but we didn't think about it. So having said all that, we got the house built, long story longer, and we finally got to the landscaping portion of, we had a landscaping contractor who was going to help us do that. We said, hey, here's the patio configuration. We'd already negotiated where the house was going to sit, and this is kind of what we want to do. And I said, you know, worked in Edina a lot. Do we have any issues with making sure that we're all set? Nope, should be good. Build the patio. Well, then we began negotiations with the city of Edina, the 9 Mile Watershed District, and FEMA to make sure that this home was actually out of the floodplain. So that required us to work with the city in the grading plan. So they helped us with that. They helped us with negotiating with FEMA, which took almost 4.5 years to negotiate with them for various things that they wanted to actually lift the home out of the floodplain. A lot of time and a lot of money spent to try and negotiate with FEMA to make that happen. Having said all that, this also relates to the permeability of the backyard. So with the city, they said, hey, because you're so close to the lake, we need you to have a large rain garden put in, which we did. We also have a containment, tank that sits underneath that rain garden that captures water and slowly releases it out into the area. So we worked with the city on everything that they wanted to have that put in to make sure that we have good water quality that is coming off of our property. The other thing that we did, and we did this almost immediately once we got onto the property, is that we negotiated with 9 Mile Water Creek District to make sure that the house met their requirements for it being out of their jurisdiction, and then we applied for a grant, which we received, a $5,000 grant from the Watershed District to do plantings to separate our lawn from the shoreline. And so we have done that, and then they have come, I guess, the last 3 years to ensure that that has remained consistent. So I'm not sure you can see it from the picture, but there's a buffer of, I guess probably a couple feet at least that have planting native plants that have been put in place to secure the boundary of where our property meets the lake. It's also got there was an existing rock bed there as well on the shoreline that we were allowed to keep, and we have restored that to sort of a more pristine condition because it was really overgrown and that sort of thing. The other issue that we dealt with the city on the permeability on flat surfaces for concrete was that the way the house is situated is that when you back out of your driveway, you're backing right onto Cornelia Drive, which is a pretty busy roadway, and we're right near a corner. So we thought, hey, is there some way that we can put in a pull-through driveway? So we negotiated with Chris's team to say, yes, you can put in a half circular driveway, but it is permeable. We went to the Watershed District and we got out and we looked in their parking lot and it's like, wow, how do we do that? Because it's a permeable driveway that they have when you go park at their facility. So we negotiated that. So we put in a very extensive system to allow us to have at least half of our driveway is permeable, so you can actually drive over it, and yet it's covered. It looks like it's part of your lawn. So we've tried to address as many of these concerns as the 3 governmental entities that we've been negotiating with over the last 4.5, 5 years to try and meet these requirements. So having said all that, at the end of the day, we have certainly enjoyed working with Chris and her team, and we love our house. We've submitted statements as to why we believe that we meet all the criteria for an acceptance versus a denial. more than happy to take any questions that you might have and see what your thoughts are.
Thank you for the context. Very helpful. Commissioner Felt.
So you have no basement? You're just in the main level? Explain the...
That is a great question. So we have a crawl space. We have a crawl space that's 3.5 feet high. So you have to get down real low. You have to get down real low. We actually have little carts that we move around. So it's a full floor plate, 3.5 feet below the first level of our house. But as Chris said in her presentation, that lowest level is 6 inches above the floodplain. And so we designed it that way specifically so that when we negotiated with FEMA, that we would be at least several inches above the floodplain because they consider that the lowest livable area of the property.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miranda.
So you talked about the rain garden and the holding tank?
Yes.
So presumably that's size, there was a specific size that you had to build?
Yes, sir.
So presumably the size is based on the size of the property, the size of the backyard, I suppose. And the rake or angle of the property, so how much?
Yes. So that was all, we worked with the city to meet their grading plan. And so eventually, we got to the point to where our grading plan was approved and the underground tank was installed per the specifications.
Right, but I guess the question I'm asking is that's sized for a particular, the volume of it is sized for particular dimensions of the property, the angle that it's reaching,
correct,
towards the property, and then its permeability also, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So basically, maybe more than you want to know about this, but basically you had to dig down, dig the dirt up. They placed the tank, and then there's a gravel field over the top of that. And then there's some other items associated with that. And then we have it covered with chips, and then we actually have done some plantings that we were allowed to put in the rain garden. Yeah.
Right, so the reason I asked the question is because presumably a hardscaped patio would change the permeability and the runoff, and so I think the sizing of that would have to change.
It could.
Right.
The other issue that we were just talking about is, we're not married to the fact that this has to be a impermeable surface. Like if it's a permeable surface, we could probably be okay with something like that. We just didn't really think about it until we were just talking about it right now as far as, hey, we just want something that we can have some chairs out there on. And even if it's gravel, still sounds like we'd have to get a grading permit and all the rest of that. So right now, the application that we have is for the pavers that we want to use. So
great, thank you.
So the patio for you is to watch a sunset?
Really just to sit outside, and we have, my wife has family that lives here in the cities, and we'd like to have some people over and sit outside and enjoy the outdoors. We do have a dock. I don't want, maybe I'm getting beyond myself here, but we do have a dock that it's a smaller dock that we have some kayaks on, and so sometimes we'll go out and stand out on the dock because then you can see everything, but it's not a place where you could set chairs or anything like that. So that's what we're looking for.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify something real quick about the permeable versus impermeable surface, right? So gravel and or mulch, from my understanding, is that would not need a permit.
I'm not the expert on that. So I'll have to defer to Chris's team on that.
Right.
issue.
Yeah. So that's so Planner Acker shaking her head. No, that would not require a permit if you were to do something like that. So I just wanted to make that because if you were doing a certain amount of grading, yes, but then that's separate from the patio surface itself. So
yeah, so it's the difference between a hard surface here, like where I can set my chair on, and it's always going to be level surface. versus when I go out and I'm going to sit on some mulch, how much is my chair going to rock back and forth? Now, having said that, there's a difference between a want and a need. And so right now our application is for the pavers. Now, if we would want to look at something else, that's a possibility, but, our application says pavers.
Yeah, understood. I just wanted to clarify that point, that you wouldn't need that permit if there was
Yeah, I mean,
a different surface.
the other thing that I will say about that is you talked about the pavers is that we may differ on this, but I don't believe that we're going to be the closest thing to the lake. One of the houses, 6608, which is right next to us, I guess it would be to the north of us. Yeah. They have a deck that extends out from the house, but they also have a large patio that extends out past the deck. So the deck is like a certain distance from the lake. But underneath that deck, and when I was looking at the picture, you can't really see it there, but there's a patio that extends out, I would say several feet from the deck. And so I get it. Those houses were all built before this all came into existence. And so we take the kayaks out and we see there's a group of probably about 5 to 6 homes that are in this one area near our house. Anyone who is going to buy those homes or want to do anything with them will have to deal with the floodplain, and they'll have to come and hopefully have Chris help them be able to rebuild out of the floodplain. And that's what we did, is we wanted to take that home. We did not want to be in the floodplain. We did it. It was a lot of work, but I will say having a variance for a patio was kind of the last thing that we ever thought of. So I wish we would have done it in 2018, but we're here tonight.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right. This is a public hearing, so we will open it to that portion of the meeting. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Rasley. I know it's late, and I wanted to thank everyone for your time because you're all volunteers, so really appreciate you being here. And thanks, Chris, for putting the package together. I just wanted to say, just in addition to what my husband said, that the patio, having the pavers, I feel is important, not just for our family, but for subsequent residents of the home. I had an older family member come to the house in June. We were not able to sit outside. This person has mobility issues and has since died, and it has not been able to sit on the patio at our house, which is unfortunate, and I feel that's a hardship. In addition, I just wanted to say that our family is really committed to the health of Lake Cornelia and making it a healthy body of water. My husband sits on the Lake Cornelia Lake Association, and I'm doing volunteer work for the watershed and baiting the fish traps to get the invasive fish out of the lake. So we would really, really appreciate your help with getting this variance passed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, so public hearing, for those who are tuning in remotely, for you to jump in the queue again, call the following number, 312-535-8110. Enter access code 2632-661-6813. The password is 5454. And then press *3 on your keypad to get in the queue to speak. While you do that, we're going to open it up to those who are here in person that would like to testify. Please come forward to the podium. You have 3 minutes to do so.
David Frankel again. I have no skin in the game on this. I was here for another reason, but historically, the DNR doesn't allow what they call grandfathering on lakeshore properties. Essentially using, if somebody wants to come in and rebuild a house like this couple did, if there would have been an existing patio, like they mentioned, there are quite a few older ones, as long as the DNR approves it for future use, keep in mind grandfathering, given they have, rules, that's something to look at when people buy properties. I can tell you from my own experience, when you buy lakefront, I never have, but plenty of friends who have, you're going to face some rules, especially the DNR. So people got to be aware of that, and usually realtors will clue people in. But I would have the city look into the grandfathering issue, since there are a lot of properties around lakes here, to try to, solve some of these issues we just talked about today, if it's applicable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here in person? Seeing none, we'll move over to the virtual queue. Do we have anyone in there?
No, we don't.
And it's been probably a minute so far.
Yep.
So I think we're safe to close the public hearing, and I'd welcome a motion to do so.
Motion to close the public hearing?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Public hearing is closed. So now we take it back to the Planning Commission to deliberate over this one. Anyone want to kick it off? Yeah, Commissioner Felt.
I work with, first of all, I appreciate your being good stewards of this land and everything that you've done up to this point, and learning about this when you built your house and continuing to learn about it in your work with the watershed district. I am an architect, and I do a lot of remodels and additions in the neighborhood, and I did one up on Branson. These houses aren't on lakes, but I did one up on Branson, and we did a small addition. We could not do a basement underneath it because it was in a landlocked basin. My house is in a landlocked basin, and I can't build out to the back. I can build another like 10 feet out, but I can't build out to the back, and I can't build beyond the 100-year flood elevation. And I'm now doing another project on Scott Terrace. It's also in a landlocked basin. And I remember the first time it happened, I was like, oh, I didn't realize that was a landlocked basin. The second time it happened, I was like, oh, I guess this is. And then now it's like, okay, this is the new normal. We have to deal with greater rains, and we have to start taking care of each other. Right, I can't do something that's going to affect my neighbor to the south or the north or the west of me. So, I mean, I know this is, not what you want necessarily, but I think that there's other ways that you might be able to have your view of the sunset. So I think kind of affecting that shoreline that's important to all of us, and the Department of the DNR, and this is a state issue. I think if there's a way that you could do this with wood chips or gravel or some other thing, or you just like cutting the grass really low and throwing out a rug out there for the evening so you can have a place to put some chairs and a solo stove. I think it's going to have to be a more temporary kind of thing. And that's my feeling on it.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? I'm sure there's some. Commissioner Day?
All right, so thank you again for being here tonight and for coming and answering our questions, and we appreciate the testimony. These variance requests, the ones like this, are probably my least favorite parts of being on the Planning Commission. It's, to me, you're asking for something pretty, at least reasonable use. And I understand, your desire to have the patio to watch the sunset and to accommodate, to have a hard surface to accommodate those with disabilities. None of us come here at night and say, we're anxious to deny a variance request like this, right? But what I guess is just struggling with is the different criteria that have to be met in terms of the, the purpose and intent of the ordinance, the timing aspect here. I know, hindsight's 2020, you wish you would have applied for it back in 2018, but it wasn't. And, now we're asking for even, encroaching on the lake even further when this 75-foot setback requirement is in place. And, as far as a circumstance unique to the property, or, using this in basically applying, meeting the spirit of the ordinance, I don't see anything unique to the property that would mandate us, give us reasoning, finding of fact to say that this patio should be allowed, although we're in the spirit of the ordinance. For your sake, I wish the ordinance wasn't in place, but it is, and we're charged with enforcing it, and I can't see enough reason here to justify granting this variance as it's written.
Commissioner Elcar.
So echo other commissioners, thanks for coming in and for all that you do to manage your lakeshore property responsibly. I don't think it'll make you feel much better, but maybe it will. Just to reduce your regret, there's no assurance that you would have gotten this variance in 2018 either. If they were, you can never tell. Every planning commission is different. Like 2 years from now will be different. But if they were objecting to a deck, they probably would have noticed a patio too. You can never be sure, but don't regret that too much. As Commissioner Day said, we like to say yes and allow people to use the land the way they want to use the land. But for me, in this case, I just can't find a way to not honor the intentions of the DNR in this case. And I hope you can find an alternative solution to be able to use the land the way you want to, with some other plan. But thanks again for coming in tonight.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Yeah, I agree with what everybody said. Just wanted to make a couple extra points for the record as we think about these things, because they're individual decisions, but they do have broader impact and they set precedent for other people. So if we were to grant this variance, for example, we'd be sort of hard pressed to say no to everybody else around some of these lakes who wanted to build a similar patio or similar deck far into the zone prohibited by the applicable state law. And I think we think about that broader precedent as well when we make these decisions. But it is unique to have a state law that puts a requirement on something. And I think for that reason, I'm also inclined to not vote for it. I'm less comfortable using the variance mechanism to override or make exceptions to state law, especially ones that kind of sound in environmental protection concerns. One other point I just wanted to make, other than noting that after a careful review, I just don't think that the required legal criteria are met based on the facts, is that so the city sort of laid out, if we wanted to approve it, you could use this alternative rationale, and I've seen this come up a few times in our meetings where one thing we could have done is find that the practical difficulty of complying with the law is the requirement of the law itself, which I think is not logical and is like sort of a circular problem. And if we did start trending that direction, I would say we'd want to find a different practical difficulty. But I think everybody realizes if that were true, if that were a permissible practical, there would be a practical difficulty associated with every law, because every law would prohibit something. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there as we think about these things that keep coming at us in different forms. And thank you for your efforts, and encourage you. It sounds like you're open to finding a potentially alternative solution that lets you use the land kind of how you want, but also complies with some of these more strict requirements, and appreciate you being open to thinking about those alternatives. So, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hahnemann.
I just wanted to echo Commissioner Bornstein and what everyone has said. This is not the fun part of our job. But if you guys are open to alternate ways, permeability, to configure something that might work and suit your needs, I certainly would be open to reconsidering my decision on this particular item.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yeah, so kind of echo what other commissioners have said, but also I'd like to point out, a couple things. One, I asked Planner Acker about, this particular ordinance in respect to when, we have setback requirements, and we're looking at, especially where a house has been before, if it's something that's, just done for, the way the neighborhood looks or whatever, if the house existed before, then generally I feel that it's something that, could violate that ordinance. But this isn't just an ordinance about, how people feel. It's an ordinance, from the DNR that wants to protect, the lake itself. And so I feel that that's a really important reason. And I feel your pain for dealing with all these government entities, but, in this case, they're all trying to either protect the lake or protect your house from being, flooded. So this is all for your benefit as well as your neighbors. So for all these reasons, I think, this requirement, and, we already gave a variance for the house itself because, the lot would be unbuildable. We understand that. But this is something that's more of a want, and I think the DNR has very good reasons for what they do, and I think it would be a mistake to go against those. So thank you.
Just very simply, I agree with my fellow commissioners for all the different reasons stated, so I can't support that.
Anyone else? All right. Just want to share some, we've had things in the past, where either around lakes or the creek, where homes are closer than the 75 feet, and like Commissioner or Planner Acker mentioned, it is okay to Edina's ordinance to build closer than the DNR setback, and you don't need DNR permission to do so, correct? So just because that's in place doesn't mean that is the binding rule currently in our city. So like if there were a good reason and it's within that 75 feet and it's within the city's purview within, say, the 50 feet, then this is good. So we do have provisions in place to go beyond or closer. I was just mentioning the other things because I'm just trying to understand, process, like Commissioner Day mentioned too. Like it helps us to understand the process of a homeowner who wants to do something, and if they look up permit for a patio and don't see anything, like they probably think they might be able to do that because structurally, you're not creating any risk that needs to be inspected by a building inspector. And yes, you could be adding, impervious surface, but you might not know that requirement, or you might just logically see that you're well below the 50% threshold. So knowing that this is closer here, I can support this because I feel like there are some alternatives you can do. And that's just where my mind goes of like, what solutions can you do to achieve the same thing? And I think it's, doing some light additional earthwork to grade either for some turf or some gravel, or maybe it's further conversation with the city to have some impervious patio pavers or a patio system that is self-contained. You do have that infiltration area really close to it. Maybe you can go below your patio to get extra storage, because when it comes to being around water and floodplains, it's about flood storage. So as you get up the slope, you can't build new structure that impacts flood storage. That's really their main concern with at least the floodplain, not really what happens with runoff, it's flood storage. So if you provide a way, I'm sure that provide a way to store that water otherwise or let it infiltrate naturally, I think you could achieve what you'd want to. It just won't be the exact look you'd want. But I'm just trying to help you get what makes sense practically. It seems like there wants to be something back there, as all the neighbors seem to have an area to sit. I think there's a way to get there, but I also don't support this current way, and apologize for maybe if the process weren't so clear. That's what we're trying to help with. So it really helps you sharing your context so we can help steer the process to be a clearer one for others after this. So, any other comments? So to welcome a motion.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, well, we already had that one.
I did.
Either
No.
their approval or denial.
Motion to deny the setback variance request.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? So the motion carries, the variance was denied. Apologize, it's not the result you'd want, but I think you'll find a different type of solution that you can enjoy out there, and hope the city can help some more to get you there. Thank you very much. All right, we're on to our next public hearing, an ADU variance. And we have Addison Lewis, the ADU extraordinaire, here to provide a presentation, similar process to the previous one. So if you were tuning in before, I will not go through that again. Take it away.
Okay, good evening, Chair, Commissioners. This is a variance request at 4001 Monterey Avenue to use an existing detached garage as an accessory dwelling unit. The property is located in the Morningside neighborhood at the corner of Monterey Avenue and 40th Street West. It's a single-family property, single-family home and a detached garage located in the rear yard that has access off of 40th Street. Here's a look at the garage as it is today. It was permitted in 2003 and included a second story. In 2015, the second story was remodeled to accommodate a home office, and that remodel included connecting the structure to sewer and water and installing a bathroom. There was also a stove or an oven that was installed after the fact that was not permitted. There's a look at the bathroom there with the shower. Here's a look at the original plans from the garage that were submitted and drawn up in 2003. This garage was permitted prior to the change in 2013 where we changed how we measure structure height, which now we measure just to the highest point on a structure. So under the current ordinance, this structure measures 21 feet in height, so it is non-conforming with respect to building height. Here's just a look at the floor plans. The upper floor there is on the left, so it's about 225 square feet would be the space for the ADU. Setbacks are applied differently depending on the use of the structure and also the height of a structure. So for a detached garage located fully within the rear yard, it can be set back just 3 feet from an interior side yard lot line and 3 feet from a rear lot line. But for a detached accessory dwelling unit over 18 feet in height, the interior side yard setback is the same as would be required for the principal building. So in this case, that's based on the lot width. This lot is 49 feet wide, so it has a 5-foot side yard setback and a 12-foot rear yard setback. So looking at the property survey, here's the existing garage over here on the right. The garage is located just 4.1 feet from the rear lot line and 4.3 feet from the interior side lot line. So therefore, in order to accommodate the request for the change in use, a 0.7-foot side yard setback variance and a 7.9-foot rear yard setback variance would be required just for the change in use. So like I said, there's no other changes proposed to this structure. It's not changing the footprint or the height. There's no site work proposed, so engineering doesn't have any concerns. There are a few minor things that the property owner would have to do to bring the structure into compliance with building code to be able to be used as a dwelling unit. Those are listed in the memo that I emailed to you today, and it's included in the packet. So that would be adding insulation, sheetrocking the garage, and installing an egress window. So Minnesota statute and Edina City Code require that a variance shall not be granted unless the following findings are made. So based on the information provided and review of the circumstances, it is staff's opinion that some but not all of the criteria have been met. So analysis on all the criteria is provided in your report, but I'll just briefly summarize the 2 items in red here where staff does not believe that the criteria has been met. So the first being that the variance would be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. So although the structure is already there, there's clearly an intent in the code to have different setbacks for different uses, with the thought being that different uses can have different impacts on neighboring property. And so when the city adopted the ADU ordinance, it made a decision on what the appropriate setback is for an ADU and decided that this was different from a garage. So the basis for the variance seems to be solely based on the fact that the structure is already there. But it was permitted as a garage and meets the setbacks for a garage. So without some other kind of unique circumstance, the request does not appear to be consistent with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. So that brings us to the other issue, or the other criteria that in staff's opinion does not appear to be met, and that is that the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. So in this case, there's nothing particularly unique about the property. There are no unique geographic features or anything like that. As I said, the basis for the variance is based on the fact that the structure is already there. There are many properties in Edina that have an existing detached garage at 3 feet or could construct a new detached garage at 3 feet. And so it doesn't seem logical that we would, not permit a new ADU at that same setback, but then say, well, if you build it as a garage first, then you can have an ADU by going through the variance process. So I think the hard thing about this one is that it's already done, it's already there. But I think if we're looking at this and feeling like it's okay, then it would really be the ordinance that should change, rather than making people continue to go through this variance process. But if we feel that different setback is appropriate, then that's why staff's recommendation ultimately is to deny the requested variance. So if the Planning Commission does wish to approve the variance, you should identify findings and support findings that meet that criteria. Those should be identified with your motion. And so the city has until September 27th to take action on this request. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. And the applicant is here as well.
Commissioner Hahnemann.
Has somebody been occupying, living in that space since 2003?
To our knowledge, no.
If the applicant in 2003 had said to the city, hey, I want my mom, son, somebody to live in that garage that was permitted as a garage and had the bathroom and maybe the stove's a little questionable, but it's a possible residence. What in 2003 would they have had to do differently? Or was there an option?
All the remodel and bathroom, hooking it up to sewer and water, that was done in 2015. And so, prior to the ADU ordinance, we would look at these and say, okay, does it have all of the components to be a dwelling unit? If it did, we'd say you have to take something out. So maybe that's a shower, maybe that's a kitchen. In this case, I believe the planning department told the property owner that he needed to take out the stove before they would sign off on closing out his building permit in 2015.
In 2015?
Right. So
he made it disappear and it's reappeared magically.
Correct.
So in 2015, no. Stuff happens. In 2015, there was no way for this space to be habitable according to the city. Is that right?
Correct. We wouldn't have allowed someone to be living up there. If we had gotten a complaint about that, we would have followed up with the property owner and said you can't have someone staying up there.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Bornstein.
I might have another question later, but do you mind pulling, oh, you've got your pictures up. There you go. So I was re-looking at the memo you wrote. And then I think on the first page, and you just said it, and you said in 2015, the second story of the garage was remodeled to accommodate a home office, right? That's kind of the premise of the remodel.
Correct.
So I see the bathroom, I see the shower, the kitchenette. Where's the office? Can you just point it? Like where in the pictures? I'm assuming I'm seeing the entire space. Like,
Yeah.
Can you point to the office?
You know, when the permit was pulled, it was that's how it was described, was to do this for an office. So, you know, how people use the space in the meantime, we don't really have a lot of control over. Once it crosses that threshold of being a dwelling unit, that's where we would, you know, draw the line and say, you can't have a dwelling unit, you can't have someone living there. But, you know, when someone builds a garage, once we permit that garage, we don't have a lot of control on how it gets used, right? I mean, people could put couches and television in their garage and use it for parties. We don't police that or have any control over that. So, you know, whether the property owner is just, you know, going up here to, you know, watch television or work from a laptop, that's not something we have a lot of control over. But, you know, the stove really at the time was where I think the planning department had drawn the line in 2015 saying, now it's a dwelling unit, you can't have that, you need to take it out before we'll close out this permit.
And then unrelatedly, so we just implemented the ADU ordinance. Has any ADU how many ADUs have been permitted so far?
We have not permitted any ADUs at this point.
Okay, so if this variance were granted, this would be the very first ADU permitted in the city of Edina?
That's correct.
And the first ADU permitted would be one that required a substantial variance?
That's correct.
Okay.
Following up on that,
I think those are my questions for now. I'm done.
sorry, how many applications or inquiries have we gotten for ADUs?
You know, I've probably had 10 phone conversations with people that are interested and just call and ask questions. There's another one that they are probably putting things together to actually submit, but no other applications have been submitted.
Any other question? Oh, yeah, there we go. We'll go down. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you for this. I know we spent a lot of time working through the ADU ordinance, and part of it too is to learn from these variances to think about what we could do in the future. My question is, with regards to the garages, do garages need to be 5 feet from the rear yard lot line or 3? Because I thought it was going to be 5.
If a detached garage is fully within the rear yard, it can be 3 feet. If it was in the side yard, so to the side of the house, well, then it would be a 3 foot from the side. But
okay.
So yeah, I can go back to the.
Gotcha.
So it's 5 feet for detached garages, tool sheds, greenhouses, and garden houses not entirely within the rear yard. Then it's 5 feet.
And it doesn't matter if it's like a 1 foot garage or a 2 foot garage, or it's just any kind of garage structure, essentially. Okay. Or shed. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I just want to dig into this a little bit. I get what you're saying about there's a difference between a freestanding garage and an ADU. Different uses can have different setbacks. Totally get that. I mean, that's what the team has been working on for so long. But I think I heard you say that if we were to grant a variance here, then we might as well go ahead and change the ordinance rather than have people come in for variances. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I guess I was saying, you know, if the feeling amongst the commission was, you know, well, this is fine, it's already there, we're indifferent whether it's a garage or an ADU, then really that's telling us like we should go back and change the code.
Okay.
You know, if that's how we feel, right? Like I guess that gets back to like the intent of the ordinance. The intent of the ordinance is that an ADU, even though the structures could be the same size, it's not about the size, it's about the use and the activity. So when we made the ordinance, there was intent behind that, that an ADU has a setback and a garage has a different setback, and that they weren't the same.
Right.
So,
I think, do you think someone could agree with that, but also perceive a situation where a variance could still be acceptable? For example, if, I mean, this garage seems to be mostly surrounded by garages.
yep. Well, that's where I said, barring some other unique circumstance. So
Okay.
if this commission identifies unique like you feel there are unique circumstances to this request that I guess make you feel comfortable granting it, then you could do that.
Okay, thank you.
So the purpose of this ordinance was to provide more housing options in the city of Edina? Yes?
The overall ADU ordinance, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. And one of the things we debated about or talked about exceptional conditions was different lot sizes, right? I mean, that was part of our discussions, was like Morningside has much smaller lots than, so a garage that's 5 feet from or 3 feet from the lot line in Morningside is a very different thing than one in, southwest Edina that's that close to the lot line, right? So there's certain expectations. And this, although the lot faces the side street, it is on a corner. It is a corner lot, right? So the lot, it's not, we talk about lots that were wider than they were deep, and it's not that, but the way the garage faces it sort of does meet that thing. So, okay, so I'm just clarifying all these little conditions here. And so it's 4 feet, 0.7 foot variance from the side yard setback?
Correct, yep. Should be 5 here, and
Right.
it should be 12 along the rear lot line.
So it's 7 feet in the back, and or 4.
7.9,
Yeah, okay, and 0.7 on the side. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yep. Yep.
I don't recall seeing in the packet that we got any information on Better Together Edina from the neighbors. Did we hear anything from the neighbors?
We include a link to the Better Together website, but there were no comments submitted. So yeah, we didn't
I looked
get
at that, I did not see anything. Okay.
I want to follow up on Commissioner Miranda's talk about the lot and keep the lot up here. This is a small lot. Do you have the lot dimensions? 50 feet by 125?
Yeah, 49 by 133, 134.
And
Yeah, 134.
keep this up, right? Because if we did that 12 foot in the back,
We'd have to move over 8 feet. So there's 21 feet here,
Mhm.
edge of the deck that's here. So this would have to move over 8 feet.
yeah. And that, I mean, I think this is Morningside, and I think this is going to be the issue between Morningside and Western Edina. We're packing a lot in on small lots. And once again, the intent of this ordinance is to increase housing. And I think especially increasing housing close to France Avenue is important. So I think items like this are going to come up more often in Morningside. It may be that at some point we revisit the variance once we get a feel for kind of what's happening.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I got maybe a couple of comments here too. First comment is definitely sympathetic to this request, and I want to just provide some context too for some of the values that define the current ordinance. I think Commissioner Miranda brought up a good point. Really, the intent of this ordinance is to increase housing in the city, and that's our goal with making it work. And our struggle with developing this for 2 years was to try to make one ordinance fit every part of Edina. And we talked about having stipulations for existing structures, and that ultimately didn't make it into the ordinance, but it was something that was a sticking point for us. One of the things we got around that was for the rear setback, when we defined and allowed 2 stories, was for the 1 story to kind of match, the existing ordinance for accessory structures to be 18 feet, 5 feet away. And then we scaled it up 1 foot per horizontal foot difference. So that's where then you get up to 25 feet, that's why you're 12 feet away. And there was discussion at that of, could we allow a scaling, ordinance? So, maybe it's 6 feet away, now it's 19 feet. But that was the logic of why it's 25, 12 feet away. That's how we developed it, as you recall. But we just put those 2 things in place. So I think this kind of itself also falls in between that, because it's not 25 feet tall, it's 21 feet. It's pretty close to the 18. And it does have a garage right next to it. Is there anything else related to the development of the ordinance that you can think of that helps this kind of be kind of in the middle of that? And I guess one of the questions, beyond the second part of my question, is one of the conditions of variance that staff doesn't feel it meets is it's self-created by the applicant. Now, is that fair when the ordinance didn't exist at all before they did certain improvements? Like, what is the stipulation for that, right? Because some of the situations we've seen, it's like someone wants to add an addition, but they've already maxed out the footprint, the buildable footprint. So they have done that. They know what the max is, and that's what makes it hard to support. Nothing changed in the ordinance in that time. It was just their desire. Here, this ordinance didn't even exist when they did these improvements. So I don't know. I'm finding, at least personally, some relief in those 2 areas that staff is having trouble on, and I just want to understand if there is precedent around those. Like when we change an ordinance, do we hold them accountable to that?
I think with that criteria, it's the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. So I think it's just more that there's nothing particularly unique to the property itself. I have attached that League of Minnesota Cities variance guide to some variance applications, so that was attached here. So like in looking at uniqueness, it says uniqueness generally relates to physical characteristics of the particular piece of property, that is, to the land, and not personal characteristics or preferences of a landowner. When considering the variance for a building to encroach or intrude into a setback, the focus of this factor is whether there is anything physically unique about the particular piece of property, such as sloping topography or other natural features like wetlands or trees. So I think in this case, it's a pretty standard Morningside lot.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess maybe that just ties on to what Meriwether and Lou were mentioning. So the lot is smaller, but yeah, you got anything?
Can you go to the exterior picture from that one. Between the plan and this exterior, this is a modest structure. And that plan, you're got that space down the middle and that dormer. I mean, you can't live, so it is a very petite living area up there. And I think a 1.5 story structure in Morningside, I think fits right in. And So this is why when we're doing this ordinance, I kept pushing back on the 18-foot limit, because I think this is appropriate size for this lot, and I think this is appropriate for this neighborhood. And I think these things will come up in Morningside. I mean, that's not an overpowering building, that elevation that's up on the...
Well, I think one thing you're getting at is too that, the way we measure structure height doesn't take into account the roof type, right? So we just measure the highest point. So if this was a flat roof structure,
Right.
it would come all the way across. Can you guys see my mouse? It would be filling up this whole space, and we'd measure it the same way. So when we change that, it doesn't really account for that very well.
Right.
And
so this is a 1.5-story structure, not a 2-story structure.
I cannot verify whether or not it meets the definition of a half story or not based on the information I have. It's possible, but it's definitely over the 18 feet.
Yeah.
And it's just good clarity for people who didn't tune into work sessions where we were developing this stuff, but these particular items came up. Because if you measured 12 feet from the property line and went straight up, you'd be under 18 feet with where the structure is, or pretty close to it. So that's what Meriwether's bringing up. Like which side the gable's at, which way it's facing, where the dormer is heading up. Yeah, Commissioner Miranda.
So if they decided, or the city decided not to approve this, and they wanted to build, they didn't want to tear their garage down, but they wanted to build an ADU in their backyard, would it violate the city's ordinance on hard space? Would they have room to build something else? Or like extend the garage like horizontally?
I believe it's maxed out on building coverage. I know he's done an addition and a deck recently, so I think he's maxed out on building coverage.
So there's not a lot of other options. Thank you.
Correct. Other than an interior ADU.
One thing to consider too, when we were developing the ordinance, the city of Minneapolis, I think they had a stipulation where the accessory or the detached structure had to be at least 30 feet away from the principal structure too. We didn't adopt that to make ours simple, but if this were to comply, it would actually scrunch that backyard and make it 20 feet away from. So, I mean, there's other things at play. And again, like you mentioned, not every neighborhood's the same, and that we knew we'd be up against this. So, I don't know. It seems, getting to your question too, like I think we ought to approach these as variances versus change the ordinance right away, because there are unique areas of Edina like this versus different parts. But Commissioner Hammond?
I just have a question for the applicant, not Addison yet.
Questions or discussion with Addison? All right. Thank you, Addison. All right. Welcome the applicant up. Got a presentation or just want to stand for questions, provide some context? Great. Thank you. Just state your full name, address. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Rick Jacobson. I own Jacobson Construction, and I do remodeling projects, additions, and I don't build houses, but I do additions, stuff like that. As Addison said, I do meet some of the requirements, okay? Just going back, this is gonna sound really funny. Let's talk about the stove. Anyway, I had it inspected by Chris Aker, after it was done, and she said the stove's gotta go. So the stove, she came back and the stove's gone and everything. So I thought it'd be a good idea to put the stove in place so that you all could see what it would look like. I can take the stove out. There's no problem with that. It's a 24-inch stove. Anyway, but the lot size, I think, does have something to do with it. I just want to, not going to make this real complicated, but this is just my take on it. I think to really fulfill the ADU program, there are hundreds of garages in Edina, situated like mine. Being a contractor, I tied into the soil pipes in my basement. We dug a trench. We got the water, we got the sewer, and other things, you know. And to me, it's not a big deal. I mean, it can be done, even though I got permission to do this on a floating slab, and I've never had a problem. Most of what is there now, I did get permission to do: the shower, the cabinet base with the sink in there, and all that. So, but like I said, when Chris inspected, she said the stove's got to go. So, okay, I took it out. But my point is this, that if you really want to have the wide range of the ADU situation with all the garages that could be transformed, you, as a remodeling contractor, if you have a garage and it has like a 412 pitch that you can't have an ADU, it's very easy to take that off and put up some bonus trusses that would meet your 18-foot height. That's not hard to do at all. So it comes back to, am I grandfathered in? Are these garages grandfathered in? Or is it, you know, where does it go? You know, what can these people do? But I just want to say this. I am close to retiring. And a lot of people are in my situation. What would help me out, as you know, none of you I don't think are close to retiring. I'm about 75, but when you retire, you know, your life is on a budget, and you really have to watch your money. You don't know how long you're going to live. So I look at that as, that'd be really nice to have a little extra income. The other thing, going a little bit further, well, when I did my addition, it was my wife and I planning for one-level living, and that's what we accomplished. But say, like, if I was sick or in need of care, it'd be nice to have a person that wouldn't actually be in the house all the time, that could be living in that space. Someone that could cook meals, someone that could help me around the house, clean the house. Or, on the other hand, call it a mother-in-law apartment. A grandmother wanted to be close to her kids, or grandfather, you know. So I think that you collectively could look at this, of expanding this program. It really wouldn't be that hard. And it would be pretty convenient for a lot of people. So it's about all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much. You brought up a lot of specific reasons that we wanted to develop the ordinance too. Commissioner Hahnemann.
To your knowledge, has any of the neighbors ever complained about the activities that have occurred in that space to date?
No, I am very fortunate to be surrounded by really good neighbors. I love Edina. I love my neighbors. They're all good people.
Thank you very much.
And the other thing is, seeing that I live in such close proximity, I really don't want someone there that's going to make a lot of noise.
apologies if this was in the packet, how big is that apartment approximately?
225 square feet.
Thank you.
You have my permission if you want. You can use my photos of the inside or what you can do with it. I mean, this is what I do I build for other people, and I really try to do a good job. My major was art history, but my dad was in the business, and so I kind of grew up in it. But I think I have an aesthetic eye, very big on that, so.
Very nice, thank you. Commissioner Padilla.
Speaking for just myself, I feel as though we need to issue an apology to you because I think we fell short in drafting this ordinance and not having a grandfather provision, which is where I think you would fit and you would belong, and you would, then this wouldn't be necessary. So you have my personal apology anyway.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I'll certainly have some comments later, but this is such a good example. My question is more around the floating slab, more technical.
Sure, sure.
You mentioned that you're a developer, you're experienced with this. What's the rule? Because we were a little bit confused too in the past about would a floating slab be something that would be allowed for folks to dwell on.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you were able to do it with a floating slab and get that permitted. But just tell me more about the floating slab.
Sure, well, I can tell you that. It's the same technology that's used in driveways, or if I build a patio. First of all, you don't want to have it connected to the house, which is called underpinning, where rods are in the concrete you're going to pour and go into the existing structure. Because it will move a little bit, not a lot. But you have a class 5 rock that you put down, sand, and then, this may sound funny, but sheets of foam. So it protects it from the frost. And they pour over that.
And the city permitted it as well, I guess it's not a living space right now, right?
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so anyway, before I went ahead with this project, that's one thing that I had to be sure of, that the city ordinance would allow it and the inspectors. So.
Well.
You've been a contractor for a long time. I'm over here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Meriwether. I'm sorry.
You've been a contractor for a long time?
40 years.
Yeah. And so to bring this up to code, you're going to fire rate between the garage and the living space?
I'm sorry?
To bring this up to code, you're going to put fire rated chipboard between the garage and the living space?
We do it all the time.
And you know that's code.
I know it's code.
Commissioner Padilla, apologize to you, but I'm going to take you to task because that is a life safety issue. And it was obvious there's a bathroom up there, a sink up there. Someone was spending some time up there. Mm-hmm. And a couple of sheets of drywall and taping, and you know how to do that, right? You store probably a car with an engine in that garage. Mm-hmm. You store a can of gas for your lawnmower in that garage?
No, that's illegal. You do not bring gas in any building.
Okay, but you store cars in there?
Yes.
Yeah. So the life safety issue, you know that's to code, and it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very important, yeah.
I've got a couple of just random questions for you. So you mentioned the pictures, and I was actually asking Addison about the pictures too, the photos. Did you take the photos?
No. That's a photographer right there.
When were the photos taken?
Just last week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing I was curious about is, so how has the space been used since 2015?
Not as much as I'd like to, but My wife, sometimes due to the nature of what she does with her clients, sometimes she'll go up there just to have total peace. Yeah, from the floor level up there, it's all spray foamed. And it really creates quite a sound barrier. And I use Marvin windows, and they're noted for stopping sound or toning it down. And so it's been kind of like a cocooning place. But nobody lives there.
It kind of looks like, it looks like a place that someone would like dwell in or stay in.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't really look like an office. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just trying to understand how it's been used over time. Has anyone ever stayed in it?
Okay. If you go back to the picture of the interior.
Yeah.
Okay. You see the couch?
Yeah.
See that table? I bought that at West End, and it's on a spring-loaded thing where it comes up, acts as a desk.
Okay. I'm just curious, has anybody been like staying in there or like using it as a short-term space?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
No.
Just curious, because it looks like it's almost all ready to go as a. It looks almost ready to go as a dwelling unit.
My wife has a lot of input on that. It's not me. She just, so it'd be a nice place to hang out. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thanks.
Just maybe one comment to follow up on that. Like some of the pool houses we've seen, really, I mean, people have built everything as close to a dwelling unit as possible without one component, their choice. So there's lots of things in Edina that look like this or nicer that basically someone could live in. They're just missing a component of that. But Commissioner Elcar.
I think it's really one question. Have you, Commissioner Hahnemann asked you before whether you had any complaints about previous use of the space. Have you talked to your neighbors about your intended use of the space?
When I talked to Addison, he told me that the letters are going to be mailed out. And this is Dawn over here. She is my neighbor. And I'm sure she's just curious, about that. But no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much. You can sit down. We'll open it to a public hearing, and unless you have anything else you'd like to quick share.
I would just ask that, I'm in no rush, okay? I'm still working. But I would just like you to consider, some of the points I brought up and maybe carry it forward. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And again, to address some of his points, most, if not all of those were discussed during the development of the ordinance, and we talked at length about having some sort of provision for existing garages because we thought that was a low-hanging fruit. All right, let's open it to a public hearing. Kind of do the same thing if someone's just tuning in for the first time. We'll get you in the virtual queue right now as we open the floor to those who are here in person. But for those waiting, call 312-535-8110. Enter access code 2632-661-6813. The password is 5454. Press *3 on your keypad when you'd like to get in the queue to speak. I'm sure that info will be on the screen for you. And we will open the floor to anyone who's here to speak about this. You can come forward and provide testimony. You have 3 minutes to do so. Please state your full name and address. Bueller. Okay. That wasn't quite 1 minute, so we'll still give those who are waiting in the virtual queue some time, probably 30 more seconds. Is there anyone in the queue currently? No?
Nobody has joined, so I think it's safe to proceed.
Offer anyone?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Thank you. All right, now we'll take it back to the Planning Commission to deliberate. Lou's about to hit his thing, so I'll just...
I want to start with a question, if I could.
Okay, yeah.
I'm deliberating, but I'm not done deliberating.
Good, all right, let's go.
I want to, maybe somebody can succinctly describe what grandfathering means. I mean, without getting into the whole process that I know you went through for a year and a half. Was the consideration to grandfather all existing garages or some existing garages, or what would a concise grandfathering feature look like generally? Just so I know how to compare this to what we were considering.
I think because it didn't get to something concise and succinct, it didn't happen. But it was situations identical to this. Either a garage that's there that could have new trusses just put on and pop it up, but it doesn't meet the same setbacks. That was the goal. Is that close? Yeah.
I guess I could start. So a couple of things. This might seem technical, but I know when we were looking at the ordinance initially, we were very sensitive to folks who had existing structures on their property. And so we wanted to have a way to think about how could folks, instead of tearing it down and building something new just a few feet off, just leverage what they already had. Of course, the question with that was setbacks. And so the going thought, I think, at the time was that it's going to be a 5-foot setback from the rear lot line. However, what I didn't think we thought about too much is that it's permissible that you could build a structure 3 feet away from the rear lot line. So we kind of missed that part, which is why this variance for a distance from the rear lot line is coming up. So that's, I think, part of it. The other part of it, too, was thinking through privacy. And so we had this whole idea of how could we create privacy from the adjoining properties to this one. And so the higher you go, the further you step into the yard to give that distance. And I thought that was just our way of trying to get to that. That's why having an 18-foot ceiling height needed to be at least 12 feet away from the rear yard lot line. And I think that's kind of where that was going. But the idea there was more to create privacy. So I think that was a key part of it. The floating slab piece was also something that we thought about. We weren't super sure what the state would have done to deal with that. And so that was a nervous point, I think, too, where if folks have garages, it's most likely going to be a floating slab. And if they have to put someone to live in it, what are you going to do with that, right? Do you have to dig up the whole thing and redo it? But it seems like it's possible, so that's a good thing. I think part of it as well was when we designed the ordinance, we kind of walked in with, hey, let's see what happens, right? Let's see what folks like yourself come up and share with us. And so we wanted to take as much input and feedback as possible on what folks are trying to do. We collect this, and then we would say, let's lean in now into thinking about maybe we have to make a tweaking to the ordinance to meet all these variance needs that we're getting, right? Because ultimately, we didn't want to have to do variances. We wanted folks just to go do it. But at the same time, this is a unique situation I think doesn't meet the current ordinance. And so we have to factor it in. So I think for me personally, I'm at this place where, okay, like the ordinance says one thing, the variance doesn't meet it. What do we do, right? What kind of precedents are we going to set? If we were to say no, my personal fear is that folks aren't going to come forward like you and say, hey, I want to do this because it doesn't meet that requirement. Now they got to take out stoves. And who wants to do that, right? You're not going to bring it up if you have to do that. So we want to encourage folks to bring it forward, right? And I think one thing that can get me over the hump is what I think I heard earlier, which was on the privacy question, this abuts another garage. So it's not really imposing into someone's yard. So the variance here and looking at the unique circumstance of this lot makes this, to me, meet the privacy idea we had going on in meetings. And so for me, that was a tipping point to say, you know what, this actually, I would say yes to this because it doesn't impose. It's an existing structure. It's livable. We didn't have a minimum size, which is great because you had 225. We were thinking 250. So I'm glad we took that out. So that makes this possible. It looks lovely. I could live in something like this easily. So I think overall, just hearing your needs too, and great point. We wanted this for families and folks in, I can remember creating a deck with a more senior person having care around him and not wanting to leave the city. And you kind of mentioned a little bit that, hey, you're doing this for a long time and you might just want to have someone live close with you. So I think that's kind of the spirit of what we're trying to get to as well. So for me, even though it doesn't meet what we have currently, I'm very encouraged to see it and want to see this move forward, take this data point and start thinking about how do we adjust going in the future. But it might be in the near term, more variances that we have to deal with. But I think we learn a lot in that process. So that's kind of my thinking about this at this point. And I really appreciate you taking the risk and, sharing this with us.
I think this is a beautiful looking ADU, and I think the pictures could go a long way in terms of using this as an example. I think the use and activity is compliant with the intent, which I think is a very important element here. And I think providing you adhere to everything that the building commissioner asked in terms of changes and some additions and specifications and things like that, then I think I would go ahead and approve the variance, even though it doesn't fit in exactly with all of the parameters. The fact that it's already there means an awful lot. If somebody were going to try to go ahead and build this, I wouldn't grant a variance, but I think part of our job is to bring reasonable thought to this and to stay within the spirit of what's intended. So I think it qualifies.
So I'm going to have a slightly different take from that. In some ways, it's kind of the polar opposite, but I do think this is great, and I think we should approve these variances, but I want to be absolutely clear that at no point is part of my rationale the fact that it was built out already. I think that's a terrible precedent, and I think that would just encourage other people to do that, and I think that's no. So I think that's not a reason why we should approve this. I think there's a million other reasons why we should approve this. But the fact that, if you look at the previous variance we looked at tonight, they built it out and, they didn't have a good rationale, and I think that's a good reason to deny it. But there's a million reasons why I think we do want to have an ADU here, and many of them, as my fellow commissioners have mentioned, a lot of this was discussed at our deliberations when we were coming up with the the ordinance for this, and we debated back and forth many times at many of these points. And a couple of us live in Morningside. I live in Morningside. And, you know, the way the city was built out over the years, Morningside, you know, a former streetcar neighborhood, is completely different than, you know, a very large lot home with winding roads on a cul-de-sac in West Edina. And so, like I was asking Mr. Lewis, you know, a garage that's at the property line in Morningside is kind of because it has to be, you know, unless you want it like in your backyard, whereas it's very different in like Indian Hills or something. So we talked about things like which way the property faces, whether it's wider or narrower, you know, which side is narrower, you know, where the garage faces, you know, all these things came into consideration. And we didn't want to, you know, address every single one of them in our first ordinance or whatever. And we did want to kind of see what was going to happen. You know, and something I alluded to in my previous questioning was, you know, the purpose of this is to provide more housing in the city that's not, you know, a tower in your neighborhood or whatever, right? We don't want that. So it's a gentle way to introduce more density to a neighborhood. Morningside is very well placed in that the E line is being built, you know, less than a mile from there. So you may not, if someone lives there, they may not even have a car, you know, or so, you know, it's a good place to do it. It addresses our climate action plan. It addresses our housing plan. It addresses our equity plan. You know, it addresses so many different things. And as other people have mentioned, it faces another garage, right? And this is something I brought up in part of our discussions back then, was that, you know, I don't know how everyone uses their yards, but I don't use the far corner of my yard, right? I don't use the far side of my, I'm closer to the house, right? That's generally where your patio is, and if you have a patio. And, you know, that's generally where you use it. And so if we force people to build things away from the property line, then for the house next to them, it's actually closer to the area that they're spending time in their yard, right? So it seems like a good idea, but when you think about it, it's actually not really a very good idea. So we actually, I think, kind of want them towards the edge of the property. So, you know, and this is, I don't even know if it would have enough space. Well, it looked like in the picture it had enough space to still park a car in front of the garage if we had to move the garage, you know, 0.7 feet or whatever over. So the grandfathering I'm interested in is the fact that it's a garage was there, not the fact that it was built out as an ADU. To me, that's important. Again, for our climate action plan, we don't want to tear things down. And this was, again, a few months ago, someone came in for a variance where they had a concrete base to their house, right? And to fit our modern guidelines, it had to be moved over a foot or whatever. And that's insane to do that. So, so I think it's insane in this case to move this garage just to make it 0.7 feet, you know, further away. And I just don't think there's a good reason for that rationale either. So, you know, it's close to the E line. It's more housing in the city. It's less expensive than buying a new house. The property isn't unique, but it is, you know, you could consider any corner property not so much unique, but we run into this, you know, side yard setback thing all the time on corner properties when you're building the main house, right, where you can't do that. Or even, again, the previous variance where we approved the house because the lot was unbuildable. So we're going to run into these same sort of things, you know, especially in Morningside, but not just in Morningside. You know, there are areas of Edina, you know, east of France Avenue, for example, that would probably run into the same sort of issues. So I think if we do change the ordinance, I think the first thing we should do is consider the size of the property. That would be, you know, primary thing. Because obviously we already have different setbacks for different size properties, so it's weird that we don't have different setbacks for different size ADUs on different properties. Anyway, to make a long story short, I think for all these reasons, this is a perfect place to have an ADU. It doesn't seem like it's going to impose on any of the neighbors. None of the neighbors seem to complain about it. Logically, it makes sense. And so I'm all for this. Thank you.
Sure felt.
I'm going to build on Commissioner Smith's comments about the privacy. Another piece of that privacy is the living wall that is adjacent to the neighbor's yard is more than 5 feet away, right? Because it is stepped in from the garage. And so because it has the sloping roof and there are no windows that face that neighbor, they just face the interior lot line. So that helps with that privacy and helps make this appropriate for this lot. And I second all of Commissioner Miranda's arguments too, that this is the neighborhood for this, and this is general density, and this is a modest building, and it looks appropriate for the neighborhood.
Just like a rhetorical, or I guess I'm interested to hear what people would say about this. But if all the neighbors around this unit said they were against it, would people's opinion change? Right? Because we keep citing that a lot. And so I'm just curious about that. I don't have really strong feelings about that. I don't think it necessarily should be considered. I mean, it does. We do consider it, but I'm just curious because we keep citing it over and over, like that the neighbors aren't opposed. If they were, because this was, I'm asking it because it was kind of that discussion that got Councilmember Pierce and Commissioner Miranda in the paper, and their heated argument about privacy and screening. And so I'm just wondering if a neighbor was really strongly opposed to this and said, I'm not getting privacy because they can see into my backyard, like how that would change our discussion at all. I'm asking anybody can answer it. Because we've cited it multiple times, so I'm just wondering, I think it's an interesting point of discussion.
I have some thoughts on that. And I asked a question about whether he talked to his neighbors, so that's why I thought you were talking to me. I think, we've got 7 votes tonight from people who were involved in the ADU discussion over the past year and a half or whatever it was. So that's great. So there's 2 of us who weren't involved. So there's plenty of votes from the people who are involved in that to make a decision tonight. The reason I feel like this is important, I want to support ADUs. I feel like this is a good place for one, generally in favor of this particular project. But I have to say that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the first test of a new ordinance getting a variance, and not an insignificant one. It's not like monstrous, but it's not insignificant, without any feedback whatsoever. Now, I think the applicant probably would have been well advised to get some, but he didn't. So that makes me uncomfortable, frankly. I can't say, Commissioner Day, exactly how, unanimous positive or unanimous negative or mixed would influence my decision, but I think it would certainly inform my decision and help me justify amending rules we so recently made, to put it that way. I think that's the way I would summarize it. We'll see how the numbers go tonight. I think, if there's decisive votes either way, great. If others like me might prefer to have some community feedback, maybe we can defer a vote, and so we don't kill the thing altogether and come back to it at some later time. So that's my thoughts on it.
Quick follow-up to that. This is noticed, though, correct? There was an opportunity for feedback, right? Approving an ADU is assuming that someone then could live in there. I don't know how it was noticed, but isn't that noticed to the neighbors? And then, it's not a personal conversation, but.
Yeah, this is a standard public hearing, so we followed all of our, routine mailing to all property owners within 200 feet. There's an opportunity to comment on better together. So yeah, we didn't receive any other feedback, but we followed our normal public hearing procedure.
And I'd say, just because we received no feedback doesn't mean that it didn't get to the people, right? I don't know.
No, that's a fair point.
Because it's
I
the
was
same
thinking more
process we
about-
exercise otherwise that does generate quite a bit of feedback.
Yep.
But I see what you're saying.
That's a
And
good
I know Commissioner Bornstein brought up a similar point. Yeah.
I think Morningside's pretty engaged. I think if all the neighbors within 300 feet? 200 feet? Yeah, so that would have been 10 of your neighbors? Right, they would have talked if they were upset.
So, unpopular opinion coming. I see our job on planning to consider the land use for today's residents and future residents. And when, of course, we're building the community for those of us that live in the community. But the day after something happens, someone can move and cease to be a resident. And we'll have made a decision in part because of their feedback, as opposed to thinking about what the city wants, needs, and the social goods and benefits for us all. If, to other commissioners' points, the ADU ordinance was developed because there is a priority for housing for all the various reasons. And so I think that should drive the decision as much as any favorable or unfavorable neighbor who may cease to be a neighbor the very next day.
Mr. Miranda.
Yeah, so I think Commissioner Hahnemann brings up a good nuance that, this is a public hearing and there was notice to residents, right? And then we do have electronic means of addressing this too. But for me, the purpose, and I'm not saying everybody believes this way, and certainly the council doesn't, but for me, the purpose of resident feedback at a public hearing is for me to listen to it and listen to their rationale for it, right? So I don't care if there's 100 people here, right, with pitchforks and whatever. If they don't have a good reason, then I'm not going to listen to what they say, right? But if there's only one person here and they have an unpopular opinion, but I think it's the right opinion, I'll listen to that, right? So it's not the number of people or what they say, it's the rationale for what they say. For me, this is how I do it anyway. I can't speak for anyone else, but, so I think Commissioner Hahnemann brought up a really good point.
Yeah, sounds like a robust discussion. Any other comments? Would you like to share any? Oh, wait, no, I was pointing this way, sorry.
Oh, I thought people were done. Oh, go ahead.
The ADU looks really comfortable and I'd like to live there sometime.
All right.
So I can stay here forever.
All right, now back this way.
Sorry, Ryan's head was blocking.
Okay, no, it's all good.
Maybe I'm the only, there's just something about, I think, so the issue was spacing was considered and not included. Why was that? I mean, I remember this was discussed, small lots in Morningside. I live in Morningside. I have a garage that sits right on my neighbor's line, almost. And I've thought about maybe wanting to put an ADU above it at some point. But like most of the lots in Morningside are like this, and in other parts of Edina as well. And this issue was considered. Should we write something into the statute to either grandfather in people's rights to build an ADU above a garage that sits too close to the line without needing a variance if it existed before the the ordinance was adopted, or otherwise accommodate this issue to make it clear to everybody that if there was some sort of pre-existing structure like a garage and it made sense to build an ADU above it, or if there's a pre-existing structure with an office space or something like that above it that someone wanted to convert, that the city thought that that was a good use of that space. But it wasn't included. And so I try to go more literally by the text of what the city ended up adopting and passing and assume that it was considered and not included for a reason, having to do with the spacing that the city wanted to be in place when this use is being applied. So I'm generally actually maybe in favor of considering whether the ordinance should be revised or amended to allow people in places like Morningside who do have garages that sit near the property line to build ADUs above them and to not have to request variances to do it. Because if, I can't remember what the debate was, but it was like, I would approve this, but I wouldn't allow anyone else to do it if they tried to build it. And then the opposite view, I wouldn't do that or whatever. It just seems like kind of an important precedential consideration to think about, because other people in Morningside are going to want to build ADUs too. I'm kind of in the camp of this also feels a little bit like build an ADU first, then ask for forgiveness later. Like, oops. Or maybe permission, sorry, whatever that phrase is. Maybe both. And in general, I'm more in the camp of wanting to wait and see what type of demand for this what type of interest there is among residents for building this type of unit in this part of the city exists, and then deciding whether there's so much of it that variances are warranted or that some sort of amendment to the ordinance should be adopted. So because this is the very first ADU that we're being basically asked to approve, I'm a little bit uncomfortable saying, well, yeah, everybody in the working group thought extensively about this and decided not to include a provision for this type of unit in the ordinance, but I'm going to grant a variance anyway. I think I'm leaning towards voting no at this time only because of that, and would be open to revisiting whether the ordinance needs to be amended later to make sure this type of housing can be built in more parts of the city.
Okay, I'll go on record that any project that comes up like this from Morningside, I will vote for. Just so it's okay if we have different opinions, right?
Why we're here. Commissioner Miranda.
Yeah, so the committee was split on whether we include this or not, right? And so part of the rationale to go through the sausage making is that, it doesn't apply to everywhere in Edina, right? And so the rationale was to keep things simple, first ordinance, keep things simple, don't try to, incorporate every single possibility, but also there's variances. I mean, this is what staff tell us all the time is that, you can always have a variance, right? So if you think maybe the incidence of variances is instructional for the city, for the city council and for the planning commission, that maybe this does need to be changed sooner rather than later, if the very first one comes up like this. But we knew this when we were debating this, right? I mean, it wasn't, everything's a compromise. Not everybody agreed that we should do this because some people were worried about, and as I said before, it's, if your garage was built close to the, 5 feet from the property line in West Edina before they instituted new setbacks, I can see somebody there being more upset about it, because there's so much room, it's like you don't need to build it there. So, but I think this is instructional for, and that's a good point. So, but I think we're going to see a lot like this, especially in smaller neighborhoods, so.
All right, well, I just have a few comments, but in general, support this. I just appreciate staff and kind of the report. I mean, it's the purpose of what they do. It doesn't conform, and they have to point that out as to why. I think what we have to do is provide reasonable findings for those two items that they found didn't or weren't supported. So the first one was the intent of the ordinance, and I think that was, discussed adequately, both just the overall purpose, more housing, gentle density, as well as the privacy. And then the other part was the unique circumstances not created by the landowner. And I think that honestly is the most challenging piece. And I think to your point of, no, don't build these things and try to do this after. I also don't want that to be happening. But that was never the intent of, what we're trying to avoid by not grandfathering things in. It was just we couldn't get one thing to speak to all of Edina. Like, there's definitely a lot of existing structures out there that don't conform to what we put in law, and we knew that. And it was said, well, then we'll wait for variances. So where I see this property being unique, not created by the landowner, is that they are on a corner street, which isn't every single lot in Edina or on a block. It's definitely the minority. And with how its garage lays out to its neighboring garage and how tight those lots are, it feels unique to support this, where I guess your one point is other lots in Edina, where you could do anything and have the space, it doesn't feel as appropriate. So I think that's the toughest sell for me, but I think there's rationale to support the unique circumstances. But open to hear what other people think, but we do have to provide at least some reasonable findings to support that. Commissioner Hahnemann.
If the setbacks were increased in the discussion to turn a garage into an ADU for the privacy, I guess I don't see any benefit to anyone for creating an additional, whatever it is, 4 feet in between the two garages. And so for me, that feels like justification is that the reason the differences in setbacks were created is that's not being solved in this situation.
Commissioner Elkhart.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that characterization of the uniqueness of this particular spot. And to me, that's serviceable completely. A related question that I have, though, is more of a process question. So hypothetically, if we were to approve this variance, what would if you're comfortable talking about this, what would our plan be going forward? Would we want to change the ordinance right away, or would we want to let this thing ride for 6 months or a year, then look backwards at the variances we created and see what changes? But I would feel better voting on this tonight if I knew what was ahead and that we had an efficient and effective way to deal with this over time.
Sure. I think all I could say, I would probably not add that as a condition or anything, but I know when we developed this as well as another ordinance, but this in particular, when we presented it to the council and had discussions about it, it was definitely assumed that we would come back to revisit to make changes. I forget if it was 1 year or 2 years later, but there was at least a definitive time frame shared of when we would come back to kind of take this feedback, because we knew we'd have variances. I mean, we knew that. We hoped we wouldn't, but we also knew people were in situations like this. But I wouldn't advise us to condition that as part of an approval here, but I would just say it might be reassuring to others as well as us.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that.
Just
I was just wanting to know
okay.
how we are thinking about this as a body, as an organization.
Want to keep that on the parking lot? For sure. Commissioner Miranda.
So to address some of the concerns, I mean, we're talking about findings now, right? And to address some of the concerns about, how unique this property is. So one of the things we talked about during our deliberations for this ordinance was whether it's near transit, right? And so other cities like Minneapolis have something called the transit overlay, I believe is what it is. And so you can build higher density if you're within X number of feet or whatever miles of a transit line. So that is, that makes the property unique because not every property is near a transit line. And this is within a mile of the E line, maybe closer, I'm not sure. It's probably just beyond half a mile. It is a corner lot. So one of the other things we discussed was, actually it's in the ordinance, is because some, again, not a lot, but again, and mostly in East Edina, some houses have alleys. And so it's different, the conditions are different if you face an alley. And so this is equivalent to an alley because it's two garages, two driveways next to each other because it's a corner lot. So, if I were going to come up with findings for this, and I think it is, there are very specific reasons why you want to do this, beyond just climate action and the housing policy and equity policy. So it's within a mile of frequent transit, because soon the 6 bus is going to be the E line, which is going to be very frequent all-day transit and all-weekend transit. It is a corner lot. We also have ordinances in the city that address, like setbacks address and coverage. What do you call that? Whether it drains or whatever, the permeability, right? And both of those depend on the size of the lot, right? So we should do the same thing here, where how close it is depends on what the size of the lot is, because that makes a huge difference. And then whether there's existing garage that's sort of grandfathered in, but again, depending on the lot size, so they would both tie into that. And then, I have privacy, but that's also talking about facing an alley. So basically those 5 reasons, those 5 findings are what I would consider. I mean, I'm open to other suggestions, but that to me is why I think this specific lot makes sense.
I got a question for you, Commissioner Manor. I can see the appeal of that framework. And I'm curious to know, so say someone came in next year, this variance was granted, and the only difference basically was all the factors are still met, except they didn't build the space above the garage beforehand. The garage is there, pre-existing, same factors, but they'd like to build this type of thing above it in Morningside. How would you view that scenario? Any close to transit, privacy not a concern, all the other factors the same? I'm assuming we'd want to we'd grant variances to those plans too.
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, the fact that it was built already, I'm talking about the garage. The garage is a grandfathering condition.
Yeah.
The existence of an illegal housing unit is not, is not something that we should consider as a positive for this. Okay. So, I wanted to be really clear about that, right? We do not want to encourage that. But the fact that the garage is there, or some sort of foundation, and again, it would be like, if the garage is ready to be torn down, then, okay, well, maybe that's not a good rationale for it. I don't know if you want to put that in the ordinance or not, but that's the kind of logic I'm going on. There's a good structural place there. It's criminal to destroy it, to move it less than a foot.
Okay.
So that's the rationale.
That's helpful, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Would something like that be enough for staff, or do you need some more meat on the bones?
If I might, I've been writing down findings as you're discussing, and Mr. Lewis provided some findings before the meeting. So I'll just read those, and if you agree with them, want to change them, if someone wants to move it, feel free. So here we go. The existing structure meets the required setback for a garage. The site is in close proximity to the E line, within a mile. The site is a corner lot and limited in size. There are no windows from the ADU looking down on the property to the east. Therefore, the neighbor is less likely to observe any additional activity as a result of the ADU. The ADU abuts another detached garage to the east, which provides a buffer to the EDU. The city values sustainability, and it would not be environmentally prudent to require the homeowner to demolish the existing structure, only to rebuild the same structure within the required setbacks. And there are no changes proposed to the footprint or height of the structure.
I would nix the window thing, but I'm open for discussion on that.
The window reminds me of the note from the inspector too. I mean, to add an egress window, is this a new location for that, or is it replacing one that isn't up to speed? Because we do have to, like, if this were to go, it has to meet the conditions put forth by the building inspector too.
So my understanding is it would be the window, facing his house.
Okay, so it's
So,
replacing.
and you could also put a condition that they can't put a new window on the side facing the neighbor. Like that was one of the conditions that Carrie mentioned, is how like these skylights, you're not looking down at the neighboring property. So that property owner isn't likely to, be in their backyard looking over and, seeing someone living in a unit right there. So you could, even to add a condition that there can't be any window on that side of the property.
Well, we never had that in any of our previous discussions.
No, and that was something that's what I was protesting against. I think that's a bad idea to prevent a window there. Again, for sustainability, you want people to be able to open their windows and have ventilation in their house, or, ADU. I can see like limiting the size of the window. Do we have limits on how big a window can be or anything like that? I mean, I can see that. I mean, I can see you don't want a giant plate glass window, but then you wouldn't want that either, right? I mean, you don't want people looking in your house. So I can see limiting the size of it, but I think saying that we can't have a window on that side of the house, I think is a mistake.
And we're going to put in there that they have to satisfy the conditions of the building department, especially the fire code.
Yes, they'll have to do that.
And there might be a sidewall fire code too.
Yeah, they'll
Okay.
have to meet all the requirements from the building department to get the ADU permit.
So let's say that's close. Yeah.
The other finding I'd have a question about would be the proximity to transit or E-line. I'm not sure what that has to do with this. I mean, it's nice, but we don't have anything in the ADU ordinance that mentions that. And there is no overlay in Edina. So there's not really a finding. It's just a nice to have. It's not anything that's applicable.
Well, no, it meets our sustainability goals by reducing VMT. So if you live near, this is going to be a single person or couple, right? We wouldn't allow a family to live here. Or
We don't have any limits we don't get into regulating how many people can live in a dwelling unit.
But typically, this is 1 to 2 people. And the property owner has to provide parking. You can't park off the property. So that's a given. But if you're, 1 or 2 people living in here and you're close to fast transit, and you're not going to have 6 kids or whatever, then you're going to be more likely to take transit. So it would help reduce our VMT goals, which is something that the student report said that we failed miserably at. So it would be one goal towards that.
Is that adopted into the comprehensive plan? Is that adopted into the comprehensive plan, so then?
Well, the climate action plan has VMT goals. Yeah, VMT reduction goals are in the climate action plan, which is now, which becomes part of it.
I think just to, is it a discrete point that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. VMT reduction absolutely is a discrete point.
And like a geographic distance?
I don't think it's specified in the comprehensive plan, but there is language in the comprehensive plan about, creating new housing near transit. So.
I think maybe just the concern is are we getting too subjective with what's near? I think most of us agree.
But I mean, it's part of the climate action plan, which is approved by the city council. And that will become part of the next comprehensive plan, right? Wouldn't that be a chapter?
There will be a resiliency chapter in the comprehensive plan, yep. And so, potentially we could essentially just adopt our climate action plan as part of that, maybe. So.
That was my assumption, yeah.
Welcome a motion unless there's other discussion.
I'll make a motion Motion to approve the variance request based on the findings that Carrie just read and the code official compliance requirements.
Second.
That was minus the window.
We can take out that window finding, sure.
All right, there's a second, but there is room for discussion. So.
Yeah, just a quick question on the window. So I think the window piece, does that connect to privacy? Because I think I can recall us having a conversation about, we didn't have anything, but we talked about maybe we should have some kind of design guideline when you start building ADUs so that it doesn't look into your neighbor's property. That was a specific thing that we raised. So the key thing I think here that was really important for a lot of folks was privacy. So does the window conversation or the window element that Carrie brought up, does that address the privacy concern? Because if it does, then we should keep it.
Carrie, how did it read, that piece and then the part about being adjacent to a driveway?
It was, there are no windows from the ADU looking down on the property to the east. Therefore, the neighbor is less likely to observe any additional activity as a result of the ADU.
I mean, would you be comfortable if we, as opposed to speaking to the window in general, well, the finding is that it follows the spirit of creating privacy between neighbors, and we've left it then broad, but it is a true finding?
That makes sense to me.
Isn't there a garage right next to this on the east side? It feels like a moot point because we're getting specific, right?
South side.
Oh,
There's no window on the south side, right?
Right.
I thought we're talking the east side.
West side.
We're talking the east side, right?
On the west side garage on.
There's a garage right there.
So those skylights are right here, facing east, looking towards this neighbor with the garage.
That's a garage.
Yeah.
That's
So
it.
the egress window, I believe your intent is to put it here in the dormer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And then the window that you're talking about faces the neighbor to the south.
I think even if there were a window on the east, you're looking at a garage. If we're going to get specific, it seems like a moot point for
Because
this
I think there's a window behind this
application.
wall, right, looking towards your neighbor to the south? But we just can't see it here, right?
It faces the garage, their garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though it faces a garage, I think the whole 12-foot variance was to address the privacy piece, right? And so, at least for me, I felt really comfortable that it's not going to have any kind of issue with looking over into your neighbor's yard. If that neighbor decides to tear down their garage, now you're directly peering into their yard. So I think the vagueness of kind of how you framed it, that it addresses privacy, I think makes this a little bit more feasible from my point of view.
Just say that the height wasn't only for privacy too. It was like that imposition of a structure really close. Because even at 18 feet high, you can still look down versus 25. It's part of it, but it wasn't all of it. So I don't know.
Correct. Yes, but it certainly helps. Helps the justification.
Yeah. I'm good either way, but whoever made the motion and or seconded would have to.
Remake the motion to approve based on the findings as modified to be less specific for this discussion.
So we're taking out that finding for the window?
I think we're rewording it so that it says, as opposed to the window specifically, it abuts another garage and driveway and respects the privacy of surrounding neighbors.
I'm still thinking.
Are you struggling with the concept or the wordsmithing?
The wordsmithing. Yeah, I'm good with the concept. It's just the putting it together.
Because there were two separate findings. There was one about the windows and there was one about there being it adjacent to another garage, providing a buffer. So there's kind of, that one's already written. We already
so
kind of have that
maybe
one. So maybe we just get rid of the window
maybe
one if
it's
you guys
best to
aren't
just take it
comfortable with
out.
that.
Great.
Or maybe we add to the buffer that there's a privacy to the adjacent. You know, the privacy to the buffer,
I think you can
read the
interpret
buffer
buffer
one.
as what it is. It could be privacy, it could be other things, so it seems like it's covered.
As is, or,
Yeah.
I mean, taking that
Yeah.
the window piece out.
Feels
Yeah.
like it's covered
Yeah.
with that first one.
Okay.
Good with that?
Yes.
Let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Alkire,
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda,
Aye.
Commissioner Padilla,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Day,
Aye.
Commissioner Bornstein,
Nay.
Commissioner Felt,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanneman,
Aye.
Chair Bennett.
Aye. Motion carries. Variance been approved, at least, and then we'll go to city council. Congratulations.
Thank you for sticking with us and being the first. It's never fun to be the guinea pig, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, we have some more to go through here. It's almost 10. We're well beyond our intended schedule, as we may have guessed. But we have another public hearing, and then maybe after that we'll do a quick break for 5 minutes. But let's get through this one as quick as we can. It's the cannabis ordinance. Same process. Addison, take it away.
All right, thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Yep, this is a public hearing for our zoning ordinance amendment for cannabis uses. So we discussed this a couple weeks ago at our work session. So a little bit of this will be overview, but it's good review for folks who might be watching online. So in 2023, the Minnesota legislature legalized adult use cannabis, which permits personal use, possession, and transportation of cannabis by those 21 years of age and older, and allows licensed businesses to conduct cultivation, manufacturing, testing, transport, wholesaling, delivery, and sale of cannabis and cannabis products. The law establishes a new Office of Cannabis Management for overseeing the industry. They're responsible for licensing businesses, enforcement of any violations, and also for rulemaking for many of the topics you see there, everything from how products are packaged and labeled and tested. There's a lot of regulation that applies to this industry. So just a little bit on the timeline. Cannabis businesses cannot operate until OCM begins issuing licenses, which is anticipated in early 2025 following the rulemaking process. The City of Edina previously adopted a moratorium on any cannabis business that expires at the end of 2024 to allow time for adopting regulations. The state law says that a local unit of government may adopt reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner of the operation of a cannabis business, provided that such restrictions do not prohibit the establishment or operation of cannabis businesses. So with our regulations, there will really be two ordinances. There will be a registration ordinance. That doesn't come before the Planning Commission. That will go directly to council, but just that is regarding the registration application process and fees, potentially limiting the number of retail registrations in the city to not less than 1 per 12,500 of population. So in our case, that would be 5, at least 5 retailers in the city of Edina. That'll address hours of operation, compliance checks, suspensions, temporary cannabis events, and use in public places. The ordinance that is before you tonight is the zoning ordinance. So this is the ordinance that decides where the specific cannabis businesses can locate, whether or not we want to impose any buffers from other uses like schools, daycares, residential treatment facilities, and attractions within parks that are regularly used by minors, and then any other standards as deemed appropriate by the city. So this is the list of uses authorized by the state that must be permitted. So for retail, the draft ordinance proposes that a cannabis retailer be a permitted use in the planned commercial district 1, 2, and 3. Also MDD 6 and any PUD that allows PCD uses. It would also be a conditional use in MDD 3, 4, and 5. So this is consistent with where tobacco and liquor stores are allowed. Planned Commercial District 1 is really our small neighborhood commercial nodes, things like Valley View Wooddale, 70th and Cahill, 44th and France. PCD 2 is like Grandview and 50th and France, and then PCD 3 is our largest, most intense commercial district that is limited to just the Southdale area. MDD 6 is a lot of the development around Centennial Lakes. There is no property zoned MDD 3, and then MDD 4 is Grandview Square. MDD 5 is Edinburgh, as well as the Children's Business Campus and the Loden out near Lincoln and Londonderry. And happy to pull up a zoning map too if there's any questions on that. Then for other uses like cultivation, manufacturing, processing, wholesaling, testing, transportation, delivery, these are proposed to be allowed as a permitted use in the industrial district. These uses are generally similar to the other types of uses already allowed in our industrial district, and all operations would be required to take place within an enclosed building. For businesses that are issued a micro-business license by the state, they are also allowed on-site consumption. So this is proposed as a permitted accessory use to a cannabis cultivator or manufacturer in the planned industrial district. It's kind of similar to like the concept of a tap room at a brewery. They would not be allowed to sell alcohol and tobacco on the premises. Other food and drinks could be sold if allowed by the city. It is just for non-smokable, non-vaporized products only, so just things like THC drinks, gummies, nothing that is smoked. And then unlike a brewery tap room, everyone has to be at least 21 or older to enter the premises, and then display and consumption of cannabis products may not be visible from the outside. So I mentioned the buffers. I know we talked about this a little bit at the work session. I think you talked about maybe just having the buffer be from schools and residential treatment facilities and taking out daycares and attractions. So the buffers for all those are included in the draft, but that's just because it's easier to write it in there and then have you tell me to take it out as part of your motion. But they are all in there for the draft ordinance, and you'll see that the proposed buffer is the max for everything except for schools. Reason for that is all of the schools in Edina are at least 1,000 feet from any of our retail areas, with the exception of OLG, which is right here. If we were to do that 1,000-foot buffer, it would buffer the entire Grandview district and essentially not allow for any cannabis retailers to be located there. Just in kind of taking a closer look at the context around OLG as well, the buildings to the school are almost 900 feet set back just from the edge of their property. Plus then you look around, you can't really see the retail areas up on Vernon where a cannabis retailer would most likely want to locate anyway. So we felt that the 500-foot buffer here, given that all other schools are also 1,000 feet already away from our retail areas, felt comfortable with that. And then here's just another map showing the buffers from industrial zone property for those other types of businesses I mentioned. One thing that is new that we didn't talk about at the work session, but just kind of following up from that, discussing with our city attorney's office, we thought there was a need to come up with a definition for residential treatment facility if we are going to do a buffer from that, because it was not really defined in the new the cannabis law. So we kind of did some digging and came up with the proposed definition to say a residential treatment facility means any facility outside of a person's home providing 24-hour-a-day care, lodging, or supervision that is licensed or regulated by the Minnesota Department of Human Services. So that should capture any type of residential facility that's going to be doing foster care, substance abuse, mental health, really kind of capturing like the vulnerable populations that I think that was intended to address. So we've added that definition to the ordinance as well. Also just want to note that cannabis businesses would be required to comply with all the existing aspects of the zoning ordinance around things like signage, parking, setbacks, building height, standards for noise, vibration, smoke, odor, glare, lighting. So we could kind of take a look at those or talk about other things that you might think that we would need to regulate, but just want to note that we have a lot of, ordinances in place that kind of already address these types of nuisance issues. Many aspects of the business's operations are regulated by the state. The city may have limited authority to impose certain requirements that go beyond state law. Just want to point out a couple other things in the state law that I think are just important for you to be aware of. One is that cannabis businesses must maintain and follow a security plan to deter and prevent theft or diversion of cannabis products, unauthorized entry into the cannabis business, and theft of currency. Requirements include but are not limited to maintaining video surveillance records, using specific locking mechanisms, establishing secure entries, and the number of employees working at all times. They must maintain a ventilation and filtration system sufficient to meet the requirements for odor control established by OCM. And then retailers are also required to prevent the visibility of cannabis products to individuals outside of the retail location. All products for sale must be stored in a secure area. Retailers may not operate a drive-through or sell cannabis through a vending machine. So with that, the staff recommendation is to approve the proposed ordinance either as is or kind of as amended if you want to change which buffers we have in there. We're targeting an October 15th city council meeting to bring both the zoning ordinance and registration ordinance to council. But with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, and Jack Brooks-Banks from our city attorney's office is here as well.
Thank you, Addison. Maybe just some context for those tuning in. Addison mentioned a work plan session 2 weeks ago. We didn't have this type of meeting, but we had our work session that focused primarily on this topic, and that's where we kind of really walked through a lot of this in detail and kind of came to some general consensus about potential buffering and the lack thereof for a variety of reasons. Any questions for Addison? Yeah.
So just to be clear, the current ordinance right now, is it set to have the buffers at the maximum? So schools will be 1,000 feet buffer zone?
Nope, sorry. So 1,000 is the maximum that we could impose under statute, but the proposed ordinance in your packet for consideration has it at just a 500-foot buffer. So that's where I showed here, the one, really the only one that there's any implications for is OLG. So this is showing a 500-foot buffer. So you can see it even kind of hits some of those directly adjacent parcels, but the parcels up along Vernon, like near Jerry's, like where the Devani's building is, those are potentially in play.
Yeah.
Maybe some context of why we talked about excluding buffers for like the park, right? There's some stipulations on like where the activity is, what constitutes a park, as well as parks themselves will prohibit the use of said product, including alcohol and tobacco already. So that was part of that context. And the daycares, that didn't seem to be as applicable to the practical side of this, just with the age of the kids in those.
And just a little more context too on the park. So this map is showing a buffer from the park boundary, but the statute says we can't just buffer from the edge of the parcel. It has to be from an attraction within a park that is regularly used by minors. So I think there was some discussion that that's a bit vague. It would be really hard to nail that down in the ordinance and define exactly what those are. So potentially we would run into issues where staff is having to kind of determine, well, is that an attraction? Like, should this count? Should this be considered an attraction used by minors or shouldn't? And then like, where are we measuring to? It potentially could pose some challenges.
Thank you. Commissioner Padilla.
Do hemp stores have the same buffers?
They would not.
Do they have any?
There's nothing right now.
Any other questions? Thank you, Edison. do we need to hear from you for any reason? Would you like to present something quick or speak to our discussion?
I'm happy to stand for any questions, but I think Addison covered it pretty well, and based on our fairly extensive discussion at the work session a couple weeks ago, I don't necessarily have anything else I feel the need to add.
Really glad you sat here this whole time. Ooh. Thanks. Any question? Yeah, Commissioner Felt.
I think for the record and for this session, which is also being televised, it's harder for some people to kind of listen to the work session and what we're saying. Can you tell us a little bit about some of this stuff comes from the state, and also kind of talk about adjacent cities adopting some of these ordinance or similar ordinances?
Yes, of course. So, yeah, just for the background, the state statutes provide a general power to impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on the operation of any cannabis business, and then provide sort of an enumerated list of, and here are some specific powers and limitations on those powers. And so it's a limitation on the size of the buffer from the specific uses that have been identified, which is, schools, daycares, residential treatment facilities, and, as Addison mentioned, the attraction within a public park regularly used by minors. So the maximum allowable under the statute is 1,000 feet from schools, 500 feet from the other identified uses. And that is a permission to the city to adopt those buffers. It is not a requirement to do so. So it's left sort of to the discretion of the city. What we are seeing from surrounding cities, from other cities across the Twin Cities metro area, is cities tend to be imposing, I would say, close to the maximum setbacks, the thinking being that it's easier to reduce the setback later than to increase it after the fact. With that said, that we are also seeing a number of cities not impose setbacks on the attraction within public park because of there is a pre-existing prohibition on use within the public parks, so this would just be sales near the public park. And so there's been some questions about sort of what is that really doing, combined with the practical difficulties of defining, if you have a baseball diamond, and then there's an outfield, and then there's no outfield fence, and it just kind of goes off into the rest of the park, where do you measure from? So we've seen that one sort of not be adopted, and a fair amount of variability on sort of overall how communities are zoning these businesses, whether that's sort of specifically by category, or a number of communities have also just left it as, cannabis retail is just retail, and so there's not necessarily a separate category. I would say most cities are adopting an ordinance that looks more or less along the lines of the draft before you.
And can you talk again about, it's a state regulation that we can't have less than 5 per, that's based on our...
Yes, so it gets a little confusing because there's a of moving parts here, but so there are, I believe, 14 types of license available through OCM, which is the Office of Cannabis Management. That's the state regulatory agency. 6 of those types of licenses have to register with the city before they are allowed to operate. And then 3 of those types of 3 of those 6, the city is allowed to limit the number of, but only so far. So they have to allow at least, and that is for cannabis retailers, cannabis micro business with a retail endorsement, and cannabis mezzo business with a retail endorsement. And for those, the city has to allow at least 1 active license per 12,500 city residents. And so that is a minimum from the state statute. The city is not allowed, so for Edina, the population works out to 5 licenses. And so the city is not allowed to limit it to less than 5. The city could adopt a limit of 5, could adopt a limit of some number that is greater than 5, or could choose not to adopt a limit, but cannot go below 5.
Great context, yeah. Commissioner Padilla.
So the land use in the ordinance is our purview, but the registration is not, correct? The rules
That's correct.
around
So
the
it's,
registration. So the fact that the state is being flooded with out-of-state residents trying to get licenses doesn't concern this group at all? In terms of putting
no,
limitations or looking at the registration, that's city council, not us.
and actually on the licensing side, that's not even city council. That is just the state. Once a business has a license from the state, basically, if they have a license from the state and there is an available registration at the city does not have discretion to sort of pick
Limit
and
that
choose
or put any additional
amongst-
parameters
yeah.
around it. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Amazing patience. All right, this is a public hearing, as we recall. So this is the time I will mention to those who might be in a virtual queue to call the following number, 312-535-8110. Enter access code 2632-661-6813. And the password is 5454. Hopefully that's all up on your screen. Press *3 on your keypad when you'd like to get in the queue to speak. And in the meantime, open it to those who might be here in attendance that would like to speak on this matter. And I think you know the drill.
David Frankel again. Unfortunately, quite a bit of experience, not as a user, but as an unfortunate secondhand smoke consumer. I've done quite a bit of travel to Canada, and I've seen how this is kind of played out in California and in Massachusetts. It's a fallacy that there won't be any smoking, just like cigarettes, and of cannabis in public parks. I bike to Minneapolis City Lakes almost every day, and probably every other day I'm inhaling cannabis. It's everywhere. It's silly to think it's going to be enforced in public places. It just won't happen. The other thing is, since at a federal level, you may be familiar, cannabis is recently a Schedule III drug. So it's a cash business. All these dispensaries can only handle cash. And you know what attracts people who have a lot of cash? Criminals. I've been to the now closed growing facility in Smiths Falls, Ontario, that at the time was the largest indoor cannabis growing facility in the United States, or excuse me, in Canada. It's late. That place is Fort Knox. It had $1 million bank vault for its warehouse. It literally attracted Hell's Angels at night. But that's the extreme. But no, in Boston, the cannabis dispensaries, the state patrols outside of every one of them. My point being, wherever you place these dispensaries, they're going to have a lot of law enforcement around, and they're going to have a lot of police calls. So if you think you can put them near a school, near a park, I would try to move them as far away as you can in areas that are relatively secure, which is going to be impossible. But don't think you're going to put one near a school, because you're going to have a police car sitting out front. It does not have a good look. These are very... I'm totally opposed to the state law, but it is what it is. But it's going to cause a major headache for everybody, and it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing you're the only other one here in person, I don't see anyone else hiding. Let's look to the virtual queue. Anyone there? It's been a minute.
No, nobody is in there.
All right, welcome them. Yeah, what? And, welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Thank you very much. All right, back to the planning commission to deliberate. Maybe you, I don't know if you could address that gentleman's comments about cash business. I think that came up during our work session too, so.
Yes, so there have actually been some moves. There's been a lot of, motivation in the industry to find a way around that. There have been ways figured out. It is no longer a purely cash business. They do still handle I would say, a higher than normal amount of cash for a retailer. But part of those concerns are why, right there in the state statute, is a requirement for some pretty robust security planning in terms of, access, deliveries, number of staff, on duty at all times, those sorts of requirements. And that is, again, sort of been taken out of the city's hands as far as the pure security measures go. That's kind of a state decision there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely shared to us, and we know we're not the pioneers of this. There's been other states ahead of us that have done some good things and bad things, and it seems like Minnesota's trying to do it at least optimally. And any other questions or comments or discussion points? Did anyone have a change of opinion following the work session about the buffers that we kind of had general consensus on? Yeah.
Okay, I didn't go to the work session, but I did want to add a comment. So, I thought the legal age to smoke was 18 because so many of my classmates are doing it. I'm not going to narc on anyone, but it's already in schools, and I've heard many instances where people are smoking weed in bathrooms and stuff. So I feel like having a farther buffer or having a wider buffer is ideal to try to not enable these younger kids. And yeah, they're smoking really early now.
Thank you.
I know Addison had said it's easier to put the ordinance together. Are we going to go through with each of the pieces to talk about what changes we had talked about in the work session? Or because maybe I missed it, but I didn't feel like the ordinance had all of the things that we had chatted about.
Addison, do you have any feedback? I know the main two were kind of the buffer removal of parks and daycares.
Right.
And then capping at 5.
Yeah.
That's not,
That's
not in the zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
That's outside of this ordinance.
God, that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But you're right, but we just discussed that. And I'm glad you raised it, just because I was going to also mention, I think what we all came to a consensus around when we were working on this in the work session, what I wanted to confirm that everybody still agreed to here was that in supporting this, we were assuming that the city and the other commission that deals with the number of retailers permitted limits that to 5. Because if they expanded it, some of these considerations would be different. I think we talked about that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an important distinction. Thanks for bringing that up.
Might even think differently about what districts to allow them to operate in, if there were going to be more than 5 permitted, I thought. So I think it's just important to, if there is support for this, it's premised on the assumption that restriction is also put in place. And if it weren't, I think we might want to revisit some of these things.
I think that's fair. Is that a condition? I mean, this is a recommendation to the city council, so can we add that condition if it weren't clear? Mm-hmm. I mean, that seemed to be unanimously supported. I'm seeing nods.
Yeah, we can make sure that gets communicated.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks for bringing that up. Very good point. Anything else? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, the only other thing I could think about, because I think we coalesced pretty well about 500 feet for schools and treatment facilities. But now this concept of parks, we remove the buffer zone for parks just because I think we all felt like a park could self-regulate. You can't do alcohol or tobacco in a park. Why would you do cannabis? And plus it was really hard to figure out what the the attraction would be and how you measure that, right? But hearing the previous speaker's comments, do we want to even revisit putting a buffer around a park? Or do we want to keep it to just schools and treatment facilities?
Some of that discussion too was around most of the parks aren't right next to most of the areas that would be able to sell it to. And then some are maybe a large retail zone near Southdale, like the Centennial Lakes area, that would exclude a sizable chunk, I believe. Is that fair? When we brought up the map and started going around it?
Yeah, I think that's generally a fair statement.
There wasn't much PCD or PID within 500 feet of the parks. Totally makes sense in different, more urban cities.
Centennial Lakes is really the biggest one that, would really have the biggest impact throughout the Southdale district, because it's close to a lot of retail property.
Are we still good on that?
I am. Sorry to belabor the point, is page 77 in our packet, I thought was the draft ordinance, and it does have parks and daycare included.
Correct, yep. All of the buffers are written into the ordinance. So if you don't want them for daycares and parks, just make a motion to approve the ordinance.
With those conditions.
With those deleted.
Okay, thank you.
Deleted. Yeah.
Thanks for belaboring. Are we at a point where someone could put forward a motion, or is there further discussion here? Anyone?
Go ahead. I was going to motion, so if you haven't moved on, more discussion.
Can someone remind me why we thought daycares off or something like that? And just thinking about it,
because
like people who work at daycares, do you really need to make it as easy as possible to have them go get their cannabis before they go to work? Or, is there any benefit associated with maybe putting the retailer just a little bit further away from the daycare center they work at? And I think about it just to have, I have a son who's going to enter daycare soon. It kind of just changed the reality of it for me, I think, between the last time we talked and now. So I just couldn't remember the rationale for where we landed on the daycares.
I think it was because the kids who go to daycare can't drive or walk across the street and access it the same way a middle schooler or high schooler could. I think that the proximity wasn't going to necessarily.
IDs.
And they won't. I mean, if you got a 2-year-old with a fake ID that works, that's.
Yeah, no, the kids I get. And I'm not worried about my 6-month, my 8-week-old son getting a fake ID either. But his daycare teacher, maybe.
Could extend that to what about anybody that drives a car that's near a dispensary? You don't want anybody, in any kind of business, and it's going to be in business areas. And anybody who gets into a car could also, purchase goods at a dispensary too. So you don't want it near anybody that's driving either.
We don't regulate that for liquor stores or tobacco sales either. I think that was part of.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember the rationale. That was really all.
And some of it
We
were
were thinking about the
locations.
kids.
Okay.
Quick question about, this reminds me of the adult daycare situation. It's just licensed daycare, right? Is per the law, how we're defining this. We're not making exception. We're not making any distinction for any reason.
Yeah, I believe it is a licensed daycare, although I believe the specific licensing for daycare tends to be for children, and then what we would colloquially refer to as an adult daycare would most likely be licensed as a residential treatment facility, which is otherwise included.
Or if you're talking about for seniors, that's through MDH. So it's a whole different group of licensing.
So I think then a daycare wouldn't be captured by a treatment facility because it's not 24-hour like residential care. And I know we have I think we have a definition in our zoning ordinance for daycares already, and so that's why we didn't add one here. It doesn't reference like a license from any state department, but I'm not sure if it specifically says if it's for minors or not. Are you able to look that up quick, Carrie? Or maybe I can even find it quick. Because are you wanting to know whether or not it would apply to adult daycares or just for children?
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering how we define daycare and how the state defined daycare, and just, it's more of a curiosity thing than anything.
But if we exclude it, does it become a moot point, or?
That's why I was just asking.
No,
I was just asking about it because being on Lincoln Londonderry plan and having the one adult daycare that's over there, it just.
Okay, I found our definition here of daycare. A service providing care and supervision for part of the day for individuals who are not residents of the principal building in which the service is located.
Okay.
So it doesn't reference minors, so I think then it would.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go off into the weeds too much. Can motion. So I will motion to recommend that the city council approve the proposed ordinance with the 500-foot buffer remaining intact for schools, K through 12 schools, and residential treatment facilities, and not daycare or parks.
And the stipulation that whomever will cap it at 5.
Oh, right, sorry. And the condition that will cap the number of retailers at 5.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck, City Council, on that one. All right. Yeah. It's been a bit. We still have a couple reports and recommendations to go through, so we'll do a 5-minute break. And we'll be right back. 10:35.
Excuse me.
Thanks a lot again. I can't believe it's been 2 years. My God.
Like, walk in the door. It's like, just pissed off. I would forget to eat.
Faster.
And I would be in this like situation. But it's just like, oh, it's 5 o'clock. I'm like, oh, I haven't breakfast. Like, I haven't eaten anything. Maybe my blood sugar. But it's just, when you're a lawyer. on vacation and then call and report flooding. And it was like, well, it wasn't on and we've been gone for a week and there's like 5 hours worth of water, like obviously.
We should get together and go for a neighbor story or something.
Oh, Morningside are crazy, right?
Yeah. So she used to know my old neighbors moved away. The new neighbors, they're great. They're great. But they still have idiosyncrasies just funny. Every neighbor is like light up in the bedroom. Because I can see the shower the way they put this one window in her that's like the master. You look up from the head, you look up in this window, and all you see in the window is the shower.
But you can tell that it's up.
Showers more than like I'm not against it, but it's just like as a neighbor, I'm like I've never seen someone shower.
It's like my neighbor that mows the lawn 2 or 3 times a week.
Red light. I think it's like something about like waves of light.
Well, yeah, like your clothes
I don't
should
know.
be red light.
It feels a little edgier to me. So very nice. She's like very nice.
Single?
No, she's got a boyfriend.
Oh, she's got a side house. I bet there's
It's like probably like a totally innocuous. I don't think it's. I think it's something totally innocuous, but for fun.
I like she's doing feet pics on OnlyFans. I love that.
Yeah, this.
2 weeks? 6 weeks? We're still in the
That's why I wear it now. It's because it is low.
All right, here we are back from our break. Woo! So now we enter the reports and recommendations. We have 2 of these, work plan item as well as the future areas of potential change. First one will be handled by Carrie.
Yes.
You can do it from there.
I'll do it from here, yes.
Cool.
Yeah, so this is the 2025 work plan. We discussed this at our last work session.
Oh,
So
can you get up on the screen possibly?
I don't have,
Just assuming it's going to be shared with whoever's watching. Virtual high five to you.
so just while that's being called up here, well, it's going to be up faster than I thought.
We got a better system now.
Yes. All right, so the 2025 work plan, we discussed this at the last work session, so I tried to incorporate what we talked about. Timing for this, October 1st is the day that the chair would present the plan to the city council. So we've still got a couple more meetings to go through this. I think we're relatively close. It's a pretty robust work plan here. So the first one is reviewing land use applications. This is the bulk of our work. We leave this in so it's recognized that this is twice a month. You meet more than any other commission. So I always like to keep that up front. The next one is, and this is the follow-up to our current work plan item about the zoning audit. We'll be bringing that forward in the next couple of months, but the end result, we're assuming that we'd like to update all of Chapter 36, update that zoning ordinance. So this would be a pretty big lift. We would need consulting help. We'd go out for an RFP, similar to what we do for small area plans. I thought within that area, we talked about some ordinance changes that we want to consider. So I think this is a good place to list those out, and we can tackle that as we go through that. So that is your second item. The third is one that we have talked about this year, and that's the update. Take a look at the Greater Southdale District Design Experience Guidelines. Do we want to make some changes there? We would bring in Mick and have a few work sessions and consider changes. So that is item number 3. 4 is just to finish up our Lincoln and Londonderry small area plan, just to recognize we're not going to finish that this year, but probably first or second quarter of next year. So that would be a carryover. And then another is the Cahill District Small Area Plan. We've talked about this. This was the one that was not supported by the City Council. I have a couple of thoughts about that. We can tackle this next year. Again, we probably need a consulting help. I guess we can talk about how that might occur. But another thought that I had also, just given the size of our work plan, is we're going to be starting the 10-year update of the comprehensive plan probably toward the end of 2026. So we could tackle this then. So I just throw that out there for food for thought. But that is listed now as number 5. And number 6 is what we talked about, the use of traffic studies. And this came up quite a bit at the last city council meeting. Maybe this is a work session with the Transportation Commission, what goes into traffic studies. Don't know exactly what the outcome of that would be, but take a closer look at that, partnering with the Transportation Commission. So
we felt at a minimum just a collaborative work session just might be informative enough.
Yeah.
You know, but you weren't there to also speak to why that was on there, but we wanted to just make sure. It keeps coming up and is dictating a lot.
It's worth mentioning that that was cited as part of the reason the decision on 7200 France was delayed until October.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Does anyone know if traffic studies are sort of governed by some industry standards of both? I mean, I presume they are, but I don't know how much wiggle room or interpretation, or is it heavily prescribed what has to be included? I mean, I've read a zillion of them, but I guess I don't know, and maybe that's a question for transportation.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, is just the education piece. So we're all aware of what goes in, what has to go in.
And it is, and I think that's maybe, it is heavily prescribed, but it's just, are we using it appropriately, or do we need to use it? Yeah,
right.
In the same way.
So yes and no. I mean, as someone who was on the Transportation Commission before I was on planning, it is what, ITE, International Transportation Engineers or something. They have very detailed rules, but the consensus is by anyone outside the field is that they're completely, utterly made up. So their value is very questionable. So
I would say one thing that I know we discussed that isn't on here, and I think it was just mentioned for transparency, is just like always the commitment to like improving the public process. You know, we've kind of, we tried to make the change to even the public hearing process. And while that didn't go anywhere, some of our suggestions in that were adopted. And, it's kind of like when we add, the couple, 3 things we want to change zoning ordinance wise. I think we should always have our eyes on the process too. Even just like the first variance today, just understanding what someone goes through and doesn't. But the one example was the GIS map with like a development tracker geographically that was instituted based off of kind of peripheral suggestions during our recommendations. But I think those kind of things I want to keep on there, or at least the whole commission knows and the public knows that we're always thinking of those. So I don't know. I'd like that to just be almost like a standing item, like number one almost. Like we should always be not just here reacting, like planning too. I don't know where we want to do that, because I feel like you capture the proactive part of the planning in the zoning ordinance, you know, the zoning update. And we had that as a separate item once before. Maybe you could just temporarily add it. Are we voting on this today, or are we just getting it close? Okay.
Right. Yep. It's just kind of an evolution, knowing that we have to approve it at your second meeting in September.
Yeah, I see it more as like an acknowledgement, and it, you know, like every one of us probably has something specific that they feel like could be improved and have taken upon themselves in different ways to get things to happen. But I just want to make sure that people are encouraged to do that and recognized for it. So what do you think?
Yeah, you know, just one additional thought on this one. And I know one thing when we were going through this on the work plan, I think with traffic studies, they give certain regions of the city a rating, A, B, C, D, or A, B, C, D, or maybe an E. I can't recall if E was a rating, but I don't know if, you know, if we learn what those ratings are, could we even influence, maybe this might be a spin-off, but what should the rating be for the city, right? Like, is a C a good rating for certain parts of the city, right? So that's the kind of stuff too, I think, that might spin out of this, that we learn, and there might be some additional follow-up.
Just to build on that a little bit, Quincy, I think the context, or at least where this one started, was traffic studies in the context of planning projects, rather than traffic studies in the context of transportation planning, which is typically where the ABCD will come from, to measure efficiency, how much you can jam through a particular roadway. It's important and interesting, but for a planning commission, I think it's more important or more on point for us to be thinking about the way we use traffic studies in our deliberations on development projects. And so just to add that twist. Carrie, I wanted to ask you on Cahill, I haven't sensed a great demand for that from the council. Have you heard something different?
I haven't heard anything lately, but there was definitely interest last time we talked. Big picture, they still would like to, yeah, I believe there's still interest on the council.
That since that work session we had?
I haven't heard talk of it since, but it hasn't been brought in front of them either.
Okay.
It feels almost like that could be in the parking lot. I don't know. Compared to these other things, it's been a demoted priority.
Especially given
put it in the parking lot and see if they respond to it. But I haven't felt any. I've talked about it with you and others. I just don't. I think comprehensive plan might be the best place for it, but let's put it in the parking lot. For me, particularly in light of how big number 2 is, I mean, that's a big one.
Yep. Will do.
I was going to ask about number 2, since it is so large. When you have these work plans, how much is done in these meetings? How much is done outside of these meetings? And how much is done with maybe city council? It is such a layered topic. I feel like anything we present will elicit a 12-hour discussion, and you know, it has to be more collaborative, I think, if we're going to get something moved forward. So I just don't know realistically how you manage that.
Yeah, I don't know how we would lay it out at this point, other than knowing we want to make some pretty big changes to the zoning ordinance. That's where a consultant would help. You know, it's probably going through section by section. It's well over a year process, year and a half. So it's something that we would want to get teed up right away, first thing.
That's a good question, because it's like an accordion. I mean, like either there's a little that goes into some of these, or a little that happens in person, a lot on your own, especially with like small area plans. That one's going to be a lot of things at a minimum. I don't know if there's any way around that one.
It could be the only item on your work plan, and you'd be plenty busy with it, I think.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's successful, that if you do put that much in, that any one detail can become the center of a whole conversation and you miss the forest for the tree. I wasn't part of the ADU planning, but as you guys were talking, I'm sitting here thinking, well, it was probably written in such a way so that we could get something moved forward, because, you know, you can bog yourself down with one details, and then that detail becomes the thing that unravels it all. There's so much in zoning. I just want to make sure, however we structure it, present it, partner on it, that it's collaborative enough so that at the end of the day, it's not for naught.
Sounds like you'd be a great co-lead for that, for sure. Great point. Seriously.
Yeah, and to that point, we need to fill in the leads, so start thinking about that as we bring this back the next meeting.
Yeah, and we don't need to spend time tonight to do that, but yeah, definitely that is the next step. Just start thinking about what you're most interested in. We tend to get pretty good coverage naturally, just once we go to a work session and talk about it, so. We good there? Anything else missing? If not, we can address it in one of the coming work sessions. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
All right, next, advisory communication. Future areas of potential change. Commissioner Miranda.
First it was areas of change, then it was areas of potential change. Now it's future areas of potential change.
Maybe. I think there's a maybe in there.
Maybe in there too. So I don't know who's hedging their bets, but anyway, this was a previous work plan, or the current year's work plan. And so we had a group with commissioners. What? Oh, present it. Yeah. So we met to, it was Commissioner Padilla, Commissioner Felt, and Commissioner Day, and I. Yeah, that's a good place to start. So we had a number of meetings, and the purpose of what we did was to come up with an advisory communication, which is a communication from the Planning Commission to the City Council to, in our case, review and recommend. There's different kinds, but this one is to review and recommend a specific policy issue and provide a recommendation to the City Council. So we met a number of times and surprisingly had a very, well, maybe not surprisingly, but had seemingly a very smooth and agreeable determination of what we were going to do. So here is the review and recommendation itself. So the action requested is, what is the commission asking the council to do? So I'm not going to read through the entire thing, right? I mean, I'm just going to go through the high points of it. So the first point is the action requested, and that's what we wanted to do. So the city council asked for a prioritized list, so got priority there, prioritized list of areas of potential change, how those areas address city goals, and then the rough boundaries for those areas. And we have provided that in Table 1 towards the end of this document, which I'll get to it in a second. So our request then is to add the areas in the table below to the 2050 comprehensive plan. Okay, so we'll skip the background, assessment, and recommendation, and go to the overview, because I want to emphasize this. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And I wrote it in red so that everybody would understand this. So, and we had complete consensus among the group, okay? So the core of single-family home neighborhoods, or SFH neighborhoods in the city, are not included as areas of potential change. So our goal is not to just, upzone the entire city, towers everywhere, whatever. That wasn't our goal. And so I'll just read the first 3 paragraphs here. So before we get into details, we should make clear that the committee started off on the very first meeting with a consensus among all of us that there was no perceived need to dramatically upzone the entire city or include all of Edina as an area of potential change. So parenthetically, the whole next paragraph, this doesn't preclude any change in our single-family home neighborhoods. For example, city policies could encourage a reduction in minimum lot size as an equity goal, allow corner lots with single-family homes to include a duplex or low-volume business as a climate action goal, or allow commercial nodes or corridors to expand. These policies would keep the single-family home nature of our residential neighborhoods. As one example, Edina recently enacted an accessory dwelling unit, ADU ordinance, specifically designed to keep the single-family home nature intact. So these policies address all our neighborhoods and do not target individual neighborhoods as an area of potential change. In addition, state or federal policies could override local ordinances. So instead, significant change is expected and should be encouraged to happen in targeted areas such as commercial zones, existing multifamily zones, areas guided in the comprehensive plan as commercial and/or multifamily, and corridors that can support transit. Okay, so we were very specific about it. So there's background here on why growth is expected. We go into the student capstone report, comparing and contrasting what we did. It's mostly the same. Talk about trends and outside forces, and the conclusion, which I think is the next page. There we go. With these points clarified, the following is a table of our recommendation for areas of potential change. Our work plan item requested a list of areas prioritized with city goals and policies as the rationale and the rough boundaries delineated. So that's what this table is. The one thing we added was a 4th column called type, because up till now the city only has areas, and we've identified a couple of corridors that the city might want to look at, because we don't want to upzone, 5 or a mile from each direction. It's just the corridor itself that's important. So before I go through this, actually, if you could bring up the map, because that would be really helpful. Okay, there. So in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the key. So red is short-term, blue is medium-term, and green is long-term. So we'll address them in order. So the red short-term items, the first one is the E line, which is along France Avenue, and which goes, east towards Southdale. That whole corridor, that we identified that as a corridor, which is why it's a straight line. And because the E line is going in there, and this right now, actually, the city or Metro Council is putting in the bus stops for it. There's going to be demand there. There's going to be, well, I'll get into the rationale later, but that's one place. The only other short-term place is Grandview adjacent. So this is neighborhoods. It's kind of in the middle of the map by Grandview, or at the very edge of Grandview. Our Grandview plan, for whatever reason, the boundaries did not include some higher than single-family home density zoned areas, and so we just wanted to include those. We've had developer interest from that, and it's something that the city should look at. And I should mention that each of us addressed a different portion of these things. Going to medium term, we come to the second corridor, which is Vernon Avenue. And so, thank you, Vanna. So that's another corridor that it's a county road, like France Avenue. They're both county roads. And it's already zoned multifamily, and it connects an existing node, which is Grandview, with a node that we're actually studying right now, which is Lincoln and Londonderry. So for all those reasons, we thought that was important. And then the second medium-term one was the Valley View duplexes, which is an area, again, between two small area plans, Valley View and Wooddale, and then, well, the greater Southdale area. And that's an area that, again, is already zoned for duplexes. And so, you know, that is an area that could, especially with transit next to it, could have greater pressure in the future. But again, both of these, again, I want to emphasize, both of these are medium term. They're not like immediate. They're not short term. And then longer term, I guess starting at the upper left, we would go with Van Valkenburg West, which is the area kind of just north of the existing Lincoln and Londonderry that we're studying, and west of Van Valkenburg Park, which is an area, again, that's already commercial. It's next to Highway 169. It's an area that could potentially change. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of push for it right now, but it's an area that is commercial. And then lower left, we have Washington Avenue, which is at the very western edge of the city. And the Edina part is just the eastern portion of it. We talked about it as being a small area plan sort of thing, but it doesn't seem to meet the criteria that other areas do, where, you know, there's residential and mixed use and that sort of thing. It's very much an industrial district, so it could change, but it's not something that we really think the city needs to study as a plan, as a small area plan. Same thing with south of Braemar, where again it's a office area, but it's not something that is big enough or has any kind of mixed use that we would develop as a small area plan. And then perhaps the tiniest over on the east side is 56 and Xerxes. And the thinking here was simply that it's already a node kind of on the Minneapolis side. There's transit there. It's currently zoned single-family homes. And, you know, the city may keep it that way or whatever, but if there's any kind of pressure in the future, you know, probably distant future, that's an area that could, again, potentially change. You know, there's not a lot, these long-term ones, there's not a lot driving towards it. So I guess go back to the top of the chart here. And so, so the short-term ones were the E-line, France Avenue, Grandview adjacent lots, already zoned higher density. And so for France Avenue, the suggested boundary is the E-line route in Edina, so France Avenue from 44th Street to 66th Street, and then east to Southdale Center. The Grandview adjacent lots are only the ones that are zoned non-single family home. So we're not looking to expand it into single family homes or anything. Medium term, we have Vernon Avenue. Again, that's a corridor. So I guess for that one, I'll start explaining some of the city goals and developer interests. So there's, there used to be transit on there, and there could potentially be transit in the future, because again, it not only connects Grandview with Lincoln and Londonderry, but further on it connects, you know, it could be the 46th line that could eventually become a BRT line, and so. And that connects on the east all the way to the A line in St. Paul. And then on the west side, it would connect to Southwest Light Rail, or the Green, now it's called the Green Line Extension. So again, that's medium term. That's not an immediate study sort of thing. And that's basically just Vernon Avenue between Grandview and Lincoln Drive. The parts that are zoned multifamily or commercial. The Valley View duplexes, could be, well, we sort of presented an option of having either just the Valley View Road itself where the duplexes are, or potentially because of the transit occurring there, it could be kind of that whole neighborhood. So I guess we didn't have a strong feeling for which it should be. It could be either. We thought once the city, if the city decided to study that, then the first thing the study group would do would be decide kind of what the boundaries are. Okay, then we have a couple things here which are not like individual areas. So after that becomes expand small area plan boundaries. So the idea here is, and if you look all the way on the right, extend existing small area boundaries plus some certain distance. So a quarter mile or, half mile from the center. Maybe it's a walk shed for transit. Again, the capstone project from the students at the U of M discussed this. The idea being that, our existing small area plan areas, can't just be locked in stone forever, right? They have to expand at some point. So we need to have a conversation about how that might happen. The next item is gentle density, which would be things like duplexes on corners or small businesses and houses on corner lots. Again, so this is one of those things that this would be in single-family neighborhoods, but it would not be everywhere, right? We're talking about specific area, a corner or a busy road or something. So that's one of the exceptions to the nothing in the single-family home neighborhoods. And then we get to the long-term ones on the next page. So, I forgot to take that out. Credited Ryan. Initially, when we were going through this, we were talking about who did what. And on the right-hand side, west side of Van Valkenburg Park and Lincoln Drive between the northern boundary of Parkwood Knolls, neighborhood and cottages of Edina to the south. 56 and Xerxes, again, that's a very small area. It's literally the Edina side of Xerxes surrounding 56th Street on Xerxes. So we're not talking about, a large area, a couple of houses. 44th and France, talking about more, potentially more density in that area. So it would be the existing boundary plus whatever city policies, on transit or equity would affect that. Area south of Braemar Park, which would be just between Braemar Park and 494 and US 169 and Bush Lake Road. And then Washington Avenue, just the Edina side of Washington Avenue. So those are the areas that we're looking at. So nothing huge. I mean, there's a couple of long ones, which are the corridors, but really pretty small areas that were very targeted areas that we're looking. So what we are asking for, so we're opening it now for discussion, but ultimately what we're looking for is a motion to approve, modify, or deny the advisory communication.
Any questions, comments?
Sure. I'll kick things off. I want to commend you guys. This was incredibly well written and presented. I think you sort of preemptively addressed any concerns and the justification for how you got there. I think it was very judicious, the places that you picked, and thoughtful. I think there could have been a lot more. I know this took a lot of precision, and I really appreciate that. I did have one question. There's a comment in the explanation about inequity in the form of redlining sanitary sewer capacity, and I just wondered, I didn't know what that meant, so if someone could explain that to me.
So as we work on the, this is something that first came up when, a few years ago on the commission, when we had developer interest in the greater Cahill district. And so a business moved out of one of the towers there, and a developer wanted to come in and turn it into housing. And then we had other proposals for a brewery and something else. And the city's like, whoa, 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 we can't do that because we don't have enough sewer capacity in that area. And so a study was done for that particular area, and so currently that's being addressed. And so by the end of next year, 2025, we'll have more capacity in that area. So then we'll be able to talk about more density in that area. But once we started Lincoln and Londonderry, that brought up an issue. So we're not studying it, I want to be clear here, we're not studying it as part of Lincoln and Londonderry. It's not as part of our plan, but it is something that affects us. And so we've had meetings with or at least one meeting with the director of engineering, talking about, what the constraints are. There's currently a report that's being presented. It was supposed to be delivered, but I guess the numbers, the budgeting wasn't done correctly or something, so they're coming back with new numbers for how much it's going to cost. It wasn't updated to 2024 or something like that. So they're still working on that, so we don't have anything detailed with that. But the issue is that, and it's a complex issue, so we can't address it right now and finish it right now, but that we don't have sewer capacity in a large portion of the city on the west side. And so it encompasses where we address the corridor of Vernon, but also addresses Lincoln and Londonderry. So there's all sorts of discussions that could be had about it, but basically, in its current capacity, we cannot build any more, zero. We can build no more density there, even though it's guided on our comprehensive plan that we should be able to. So that seems like a huge disconnect. How can you guide that? And is that even legal, that you can guide it that way? Because it should be zoned that way, and it's not yet. So, so this is a sticky issue that we're dealing with. And, it looks, when you see it on a map, it looks, like redlining. Where you're cordoning off neighborhoods and saying, we will have no more density in this area. And it's using sanitary sewer capacity in the place of lot size or other ways that cities have used to redline before.
Perfect, thank you.
Just for clarity, though, I understand the reference, but is that what you're intending to say? That it's a purposeful strategy to discourage development?
Well, if you're using something to discourage development in specific areas, that's not a rational thing. You can build more sewer capacity.
Right.
And, there's issues about expense and who's going to pay for it and all that sort of stuff. So again, we're not addressing any of that. But the issue is, large lot sizes were used as a way to prevent people from, living.
Yes.
And, loans and, all that sort of stuff. So, and the city has a history of it and they're working through it. We're working through it. But this is another area where it's kind of a modern thing where I've been reading about places in Connecticut, for example, wealthy cities in Connecticut that are trying to use sewer capacity as a way to prevent density in certain areas. So Edina didn't invent it, but it's something that, and it's a complicated issue. It was partially addressed when they tried to, at the state level, when they tried to force increased density at the state level in this past session, and that failed, partly because cities said, well, what about, sanitary sewer capacity? So it's a complex issue, but it's something that I think, that is put in here as a way to say, hey, this is a issue that the city should address.
Yep, that's how I read it, and I appreciate it. Like other things like climate change are complicated, but they do, and you can't solve them, but they do impact the decisions you're making and proposing.
so I keep on that discussion. So, I mean, I guess I didn't catch this on our final report. I'm more focused on our table and stuff like that. And then I had a tree fall on my house on Monday.
Oh,
and
no.
Didn't get to study all of our different packets and stuff as I would have liked. But, so this, I mean, this honestly, I mean, almost explicitly says that the city of Edina is purposefully redlining the western side of Edina with sewer with sewer constraints, right? I mean, this is basically pointing the finger and saying that today that's what we're doing, and it's intentional.
Okay, well, we can change, we can change the wording if the, it's up to the commission now to decide what they want to do.
I didn't read it as finger pointing, but I mean, they've known about the sewer capacity for a number of years, and we haven't, for myriad of reasons, fixed that or made it.
We can only spend millions of dollars at a time. I mean, so the eastern side of Edina has grown faster, and there's been more developer interest, so it makes sense that we would be investing in sewer capacity there first, and that we would be lagging behind on the western side of Edina. I'm not comfortable with saying that we're redlining sewer capacity in western Edina intentionally, because that's how it reads to me.
But we have had developer interest, and the city council vetoed it because we didn't have the sewer capacity.
Yes, because we've invested in other places first, but they're not doing, I mean, they didn't purposely know, they didn't know that development was going to come and then in 5 years and say, well, we're not going to invest in western Edina because there might someday be a proposal to develop there, right? I mean, it's a naturally occurring thing. We can only raise taxes and have so much tax capacity, so where's that money going to be spent? On the eastern side of Edina, where the interest in development has been predominantly, right? I don't. It wasn't a tool we used. It was one of the reasons why it didn't go through, but we didn't intentionally say not put sewer capacity by Lincoln and Londonderry in order to discourage development there.
But we have a affordable housing policy, right? And we promise this to the Met Council that we'll have X number of new affordable housing units by the end of the decade or whatever, right? And so are we saying then that they're all going to be in East Edina, that there's not going to be any housing? Because if we can't build any housing, we can't build affordable housing. So you're saying this quadrant or this half of Edina doesn't get any affordable housing?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that the city of Edina didn't deliberately not upgrade its sewer system on the western side of Edina in order to discourage development there.
I don't think the sentence says deliberate. It just says it's inequitable.
What I'm saying.
I don't think it says deliberate or implies any malice, but just that there is inequity that exists.
Well, redlining implies malice based off of its historical use.
Yeah, I'd recommend just rewording it. Because some of it is just getting to the bottom of it, which I don't think any of us even know either. So, yeah, I think saying redlining is too harsh.
It's kind of provocative, I think, for what we're trying to do. I think if we just keep it as neutral and say, we don't have the funding, et cetera, and it's causing this part of the city to not be developed as effectively, something along those lines. But to say that it's redlining seems like you could interpret that differently, just like how I think we're kind of picking up a little bit.
I mean, I didn't mean to sideline the conversation over this one phrase, but I guess I do disagree a little bit when you have a developer that comes forward with a proposal that includes expanding the sewer capacity and the city doesn't move forward with it. We have made a conscious decision to not fix the problem and to not allow a developer to temporarily fix the problem while we sort things out. So nobody in Lincoln and Londonderry and maybe Cahill as well can expand their business at all, even if it's an existing business. And that's not a new thing that the city wasn't aware of. And if we've made choices to not allow other people to fix the problem for us as a stopgap until we can fix it ourselves, we have made a choice.
Build on that a little bit. I think I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you necessarily. It's just that I'm not sure the language serves our purpose in trying to get some work done as a planning commission. And I think there's more, I don't have a thorough response to your comment, Claire, but I feel like there's more to it that we would benefit from more conversation about this. Like, for example, I don't remember the exact numbers, but the sanitary sewer improvements were $20 million or whatever for that part where they wanted to build that multifamily out there. That's a lot of money. And sometimes those investments don't make sense because there's no way you can build a tax base that will even cover half that. So let me just finish and then you can say more. To me, that's not redlining. That's just a city making an economic decision that they can't afford to put sanitary sewers in a particular place. Or at least conceivably.
Conceivably, but
Yes.
that wasn't the
No,
reason.
the specifics of that case were a little bit different. But if the investment by the city really was $20 million, or you can see that that's it's not an easy problem to solve. I'm sorry, Meredith, you were.
And I think when the Lincoln and Londonderry plan comes out and the sewer report comes out, the lack of sewer capacity is from the west side all the way down to 62, including the high school, and it's nearly a quarter of Edina. And so the lack of sewer capacity is also kind of is going to limit people's property values. So it will be something that will have to be addressed at some point.
Agreed. That's a bigger picture than what the earlier conversation was.
Yeah.
Any questions and comments back to kind of the overall gist of this? I definitely have one. So, love it. I'm very visual. I think it's one suggestion, but I think the story would be better served to have either a map that precedes the potential areas with the current small areas, and then that overlaid on it, and then maybe even incorporate the bicycle plan or other things. I know this like the back of my hand, but like city council does too, but maybe most residents don't. But I think if they see the areas with even like a timestamp, 44th in France, 2018 that was done, maybe they're all in yellow or something. So then people can see because some of these are expanding upon those areas, and I think we'd be better served to see how the things connect, to understand the priorities of them. It's just a thought.
Sure,
but it tells a story. And I know it's just an advisory communication, but I'm assuming it's going to then be shared. But I don't know what the next step is. I'm just thinking of telling the story.
I'm just going to say I'm asking for staff help because I created that map myself. I just drew it by hand or whatever. So I'm not a map maker or anything. So I don't know, is this something staff could help with? I mean, yeah, it's a great idea.
Okay.
Sure.
And
maybe even have call outs like for Grandview showing exactly where in Grandview that is, whatever. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great idea.
And then just, since you were drawing it all, I'm not as familiar with the E-line as you, but it looks like it doesn't end right at 44th and France. It goes up to Excelsior, right? Oh, it does? Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't follow the current 6.
Okay. Okay, well then that makes sense, because I was wondering why it ended short of Weber.
I wasn't trying to rezone Minneapolis.
I mean, maybe even an arrow going that way, it does help, right? I mean, how we work with our neighbors too. So
Sure.
My only thoughts are the visual ones. Otherwise, the story already you filled in all the gaps, and the why was addressed right away, and I think that's important. You did a great job. Pleased with what you guys showed. Awesome.
I second you on that was one thing I was pushing for, the small area plans kind of laid out, because they form those little nucleuses, the beginning of the lines for all those corridors. there is a city transportation map for areas that needed to be served and their level of service. And what I got from that map is right after France Avenue, Xerxes was the next highest area to be serviced. And so I kept thinking a medium range is Xerxes. Because the E-line, they were deciding between France and Xerxes because the ridership is heavy on both. And even that's a border with Minneapolis. So I actually think Xerxes, even if it's long range or medium range, should also be a corridor.
Oh, the whole of Xerxes, okay.
Oh, yeah. And when you draw the E-line corridor, I mean, people can walk 2 blocks north. So I think it should go to 42nd.
Sure, yeah, you mentioned that in the thing. I forgot to include that, sorry. Yeah, so as far as Xerxes, I mean, yeah, I don't think we discussed that in the meeting, but, or did we?
We did.
Yeah, okay. So, I don't know, you guys, I guess I'll leave it open. It sounds fine to me. Because my understanding is that they're gonna, because right now there's like 6 variations of the 6 bus, and some go on Xerxes and some go on France. But the idea behind BRT is that you coalesce everything on a single street. But they know that they're not going to give up that. So a 6 or some variation of the 6 is still going to exist along Xerxes. So it will still be there. So there could be demand. I guess I never really looked at where the stops are on Xerxes.
But most of that is single family.
It is, but I mean, well, in the same way that I'm assuming, I don't want to speak for you, but in the same way, you know, we show the entirety of France, and a lot of it's single family home there too. But so again, the idea is we're not prescribing everything that's going to happen right now. We're saying these areas are going to change, right? And so we're not saying what it should be or anything like that. So same thing with Xerxes. We're not going to say what to study. We didn't even show like the stops on the E-line, right? But presumably that would be something that would be the first to be upzoned or whatever. But again, we're just showing, you know, our task was pretty simple. They were very clear that just list the boundaries, you know, and rather than individual boundaries, it's the corridor. What's that?
It's good you show a map instead of just.
Oh, yeah. Well, they didn't, yeah, I know, right? They didn't call for a map. I thought it was going above and beyond.
So just a quick question, good stuff. I'm trying to think through applicability, right? So let's just say this idea was adopted. I know a lot of research went into it. So if this comes back to the Planning Commission and a developer wants to build something, let's just say short-term E-line France Avenue, when I look at city goals and developer interests, is that kind of how you would use it? You would say, here are the areas where I would recommend putting this development. Is that kind of how it would be applicably used once it gets adopted? I just want to think through that a little bit.
I think one of the reasons for doing the areas of potential change is so we can do additional area plans. You know, that we don't just decide, we engage the community and have them come together and have them discuss it with us. So we can all decide as a community and not just coming from us. So I think these are ways that we can tell the community, we're thinking about this and let's come together and figure something out.
To relate it to that, is it premature to put an E-line project in the 25 work plan? The answer may be yes, I'm just curious.
This is intended to inform the comp plan update, where we'll get into the detail on all of this as part of the next update.
Okay, so much.
Any questions, comments?
Sorry, I'm holding you guys back here for busting out. But with Xerxes and 56, if I'm understanding this area, that's where the Lola pizza joint is. And then on the other side of the street, there's single-family homes. So when we say Xerxes and 56, and we cross Xerxes, that's into Minneapolis, right? But are we focused more on the Edina side? And when you think about these single-family homes there, is the long-term vision that they might go away and we might have some commercial zones?
We are not like forcing anything or whatever. All we're saying is that there's already commercial on the Minneapolis side. We're not trying to zone Minneapolis. There's commercial on the Minneapolis side. I believe that was upzoned in their last 2040 plan as a corridor. And so this area may change. That's what we're saying. There may be demand in the future, and this is long-term, like way in the future. There may be demand. So in other words, what we're trying to avoid is the city being surprised. Like suddenly there's developers that want to do something, right? So like what happened around Grandview or Lincoln and Londonderry, right? I mean, and I've been pushing that one for a long time, but we want to alert the city council to say, hey, you need to help us, the commission, figure out what we should be studying next, what we should be adding to future work plans. So we're not advocating for change in any of these places. We're saying, well, slightly, I mean, in terms of city policies, in that case, we are advocating. But otherwise, but in that, in that intersection, we're not really, it's more like, I mean, do you want to speak to this or,
Yeah, I think it's basically putting us in a position to not to have to be reactive or to be less reactive than we might otherwise need to be if all of a sudden, and a lot of these long-term ones, it's like they're adjacent to other communities. So sure, I mean, we have, our plans and what the intention is in terms of the city, but then whether it's, Hopkins or Eden Prairie or Minneapolis on all these borders, if all of a sudden they make lots of changes and there's, huge developments on 56 and they start knocking those, things down and there's that's all different kinds of commercial on the Minneapolis side of Xerxes. And if all of a sudden they start doing different things, we need to be able to respond and react to all of that. So that's kind of where it's almost from a defensive position or something, or at least let's make sure we're aware of what's going on in these places in case we need to make changes.
How did you guys decide to choose the areas you did and limit other areas? I'm just going to pick on 44th and France, right? You've got the dentist there, you've got the Hello Pizza. It is possible that the next couple of houses may one day be an attractive development for some more retail or something. So we could be surprised, right, if somebody wants to take down those businesses and put up another multifamily building or something else. How did you guys limit your scope?
Well, there's already a 44th and France small area plan. And so what we did to try to address situations like that is that's the part where we talk about, maybe I wasn't clear about it, I guess I wasn't clear about it, is expanding the boundaries of each small area plan. So in other words, we can't lock them in stone, right? They have to naturally expand over time, and bigger ones will expand faster than little ones. I mean, 44th and France isn't going to cover all of Morningside or all of, Country Club or anything. But, should they grow? Probably. How far? Well, that's something for someone else to decide. So we specifically did not put boundaries around that. But just as an idea, the city needs to consider this.
Got it. Thank you.
And I also think one of the reasons we brought up France Avenue as a corridor is because we have the small area plan for 44th and France. We have one for 50th in France. There's been some talk about 54th in France, and then and the E-line stops are going to be every 4 blocks. And there are already a lot of duplexes or double dwelling units along that area too, and apartment buildings and churches and other things along that whole line. So that was where the, do we expand those small area plans or do we just do a corridor? And that's where that graphic piece, I think, would really help.
Got it.
It definitely show why Grandview could easily use that little triangle. Any other questions or comments? So are you looking for, are you looking for a recommendation tonight? Say, hey, go do this with these couple changes?
Well, that'd be ideal, but, it's up to the planning commission to do but that's what we're here for. We want, we've spent a lot of time on this and thought about it, and I think we've come up with pretty good answers to your questions. So if you agree, and, like any other thing, you can have adjustments or whatever.
I mean, the only thing I'd add is just that extra map or whatever and have staff do it. I mean,
Yeah. You don't like my Photoshop skills?
Yeah, I mean, it was good enough to...
I should have asked AI chatbot to do it for me.
Yeah. How does everyone feel with its current status and getting it out there with a couple tweaks? So it sounds like one, just easing the language around the sanitary sewer.
What if you just changed it to take the word redlining out, because that implies withholding of services based on race or ethnicity. At least someone might interpret it that way, and just change it to inadequate or something. Like I was like, just factually state is there a way to describe the deficiency? There's a deficiency in available services. Maybe they've been not built or withheld. I don't know. Again, I don't know, but I just feel like, is there a way to just factually state what's lacking?
I'm going to answer your question with a question. If you can identify an area that's within that zone that will support affordable housing and phrase it in a way that supports affordable housing, I guess I'd agree with you. But if you can't, then it is intentional.
What's intention? I'm not looking to debate it, Lou. Sorry, Commissioner Miranda. This is really not like my topic. I'm just trying to find a compromise that moves it.
Sure, no, I know. But
I don't think people are going to want that word in there because
of course I'm not going to want the word in there.
Because we haven't had a hearing on it. We haven't taken in facts that would support.
If anybody on this commission can identify a place within that zone that supports affordable housing.
It's not a fair question because the city, again, you're presuming that they did that intentionally, right? You have nothing to support that fact. We have a limited tax capacity. We can only spend millions of dollars per year. I mean, you talk about a smaller discussion that was had by the city council recently, and they talked about sidewalks. And Councilmember Jackson brought up a concern about sidewalks in the White Oaks neighborhood, and because it's close proximity to the new rapid transit, and that it's not safe there because there's a lack of sidewalks. And the city said, well, we have a list of sidewalk priorities that we make, and we can only go through so many per year based off of our studies of how fast traffic is moving, how many cars are going, how wide the road is, et cetera. Right? They do a study and say, here's, our logical progression on how we need to get to sidewalks, right? And she said, well, I would like to see this one be prioritized. And again, the city says, well, we have data that supports what we're doing, and then we can only do so many projects in a year. It's the same thing with the sewer, right? They're not withholding sewer projects from the western side of Edina in order to prevent affordable housing there. There's nothing to support that accusation, and I don't think Carolyn Jackson, James Pierce, the rest of the council voted against that particular development basically have been working with the city to withhold sewer capacity because they didn't want to see that development there. Like, that's just a ridiculous accusation to make.
Well, this has been going on for decades. I'm not saying it's just the existing city council. Yeah. It's the city of Edina. I'm not pointing fingers at any one person. It's a policy the city is obviously pursuing because you cannot build housing there, and you certainly can't build affordable housing. So you're going to force all the affordable housing onto one half of Edina, which is ghettoization.
But I mean, it's on, obviously they're going to eventually be trying to build sewer capacity on the west side. Like, it can't just happen like that.
Ryan, I
right?
think part of the problem is that that particular project was much better received and had approval when it was not an affordable housing project. So the city's position has fluctuated based on the use, and I think it is a current enough data point that people are reacting to that.
We're conflating one project with an overall guidance and vision for how the city develops over time. I mean, you may not like that that project didn't go forward, but that's not enough to say that the city is intentionally doing that. Right? Again, we can only spend millions of dollars per year, and they can only develop sewer capacity at a certain rate. And I'm not comfortable putting into writing an accusation that the city is intentionally doing this.
The city advocates at the state level, right? They have meetings on that every year. Have they advocated to get state funding for this?
I don't.
In comparison to what other areas?
Your policy is backed up by your budget.
I'm sure at one point, Lou, the city, the east side of Edina probably didn't have the sewer capacity for such a development too, until they put it there, right? They're not going to have sewer capacity on the west side of Edina until they put it there. Like, it's going to have to take time. But just because it doesn't exist today doesn't mean that they're intentionally doing that.
Nowhere does it say here that we are saying that we need to build it today.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to get in the middle of this because we need to move on. I think this discussion is out there and city council gets that communicated to them, but it definitely is inadequate infrastructure. We know that. We don't know the level to which without the report or why it's been prioritized for sure in that way. So I think we need to omit the term redlining while we pass this through and keep it factual.
So because
as we think of a potential area of change,
sure,
not just a project, but that area, it is limited by that as probably the main factor, right? Inadequate infrastructure.
As the chair of the Lincoln and Londonderry Small Area Plan Working Group, I met with the consultants and city staff with the director of planning, director of engineering.
Sure.
Where we had this meeting where we were supposed to get the report and it didn't show up, and they explained that it wasn't ready in time and it's still not ready. And, members of the city staff and me and other people who were there, asked, so, okay, this is guided in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, we have a conflict.
And so now we literally can't build what's guided. So that's his job, is to make sure that the comprehensive plan matches, our zoning and what's capable and stuff. And so I asked him, this is your job. Why doesn't this match? How could this be in two comprehensive plans? So that's a 20-year period, and this not be addressed? And he had no answer for that. So I haven't gotten an answer.
No, and I think we bring it to light as just, right? I mean, it's an area of potential change. There's a conflict with achieving that, both like practically and in the comprehensive plan.
For over 20 years.
But we don't have a solution currently.
No.
But I think having this in there and bringing that to light in that way, or any other way, minus using the term redlining, I think achieves what we're trying to, right? I mean, we want to keep that area of potential change as a more medium term, or either way. I think we achieve it. We just need to use gentler terminology because we don't have all the facts.
Right. I mean, it's up to you guys. You can make that decision, but I'm just explaining what I've seen and why I use the term.
No, I appreciate it. I would recommend omitting and revising that word to something like inadequate infrastructure. And then adding a map of current small area plans, potentially, I don't know if it made sense that you reference the bike and ped plan, if it makes sense overlaying some of those on a separate plan too. I think all of that helps just connect everything. Anything else? Yeah.
And I recommend adding the transportation map that you had, Addison, about levels of ridership across Minneapolis and Edina, because I think that helps with Xerxes.
City limits on that map might be helpful too for the France and the Xerxes where they're abutting, just to make it crystal clear as people are looking at it.
Again?
When on the map to make it clear where the border of the city stops and starts.
Oh, sure.
Just because you can't rezone Minneapolis.
Right.
Who said that? Okay, yeah.
It's a general question. I'm guessing, and I don't know this for sure, but this is more a developer question. When developers look at a city and they're trying to research to figure out where do I want to put a building or where do I want to do something, is that captured anywhere, or how do they go about doing that? What kind of measures, what do they look at? They look at traffic density, a couple other things. Like, have we looked at how they look at it to influence maybe a little bit of how we decided what those areas were?
I could certainly speak, but I think just, yes, they have. I mean, you look for zoning, you look for adjacencies, you look for where your customers are going to be, for where people travel. Depends if you're building a Target or a church or multifamily housing. But I think typically you don't try to go find a spot that would be inhospitable for whatever your business is for one reason or another. So, co-location makes sense to other similar businesses or similar types of uses.
And conversely, you're not looking to solve all of the city's planning. You're looking for your piece in the puzzle. So that's why, it's the importance of doing this to help identify those. Okay, so I think we have enough of the comments. Anyone have like a recommendation for, say, hey, approve this communication of future, perhaps, maybe potential areas of change, I think.
I'll make a motion to approve the future potential, maybe possible areas of change with the additional map features as recommended, and perhaps a wordsmithing of the one sentence to capture the intent, but not be unnecessarily inflammatory.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. Good work. Let's make that clear. Great work. All right, so now we have chair member comments. It's like approaching midnight, and that I have one quick comment. I am blown away by everyone. Like, all 9 people are here right now, and it's almost midnight, and it's impressive. I feel like the city is very well served by some great stewards of the future. Yeah, no, this is amazing commitment, so I just appreciate it every time everyone shows up. It's really cool. That's all I got.
I have a question for Carrie. As far as the Macy's redevelopment site goes, it's been determined that that is in the Richfield School District. So when it comes to the budgeting and the revenue expectation from the increased tax base, some allocation would go to schools, I assume, and it would be to the Richfield schools.
Correct.
So Richfield stands to gain a tremendous amount of revenue and probably have very, very few students or certainly more revenue. The revenue would outweigh the expenses by the additional students. Does Richfield have any influence that we're aware of in this development, or skin in the game, or kind of where do they fit into this huge revenue upside for them?
They're happy to receive it.
End of story?
Yes, a city manager meets with the school district superintendent, all of them, once, if not twice a year. And that is the feedback. They're supportive of the development that's occurring in the Richfield school districts, because it makes up a significant part of their budget. And you're right, there's not that many kids that are going to those schools within that area.
And so do we know, do they have a relationship with Enclave, or?
I don't believe so, no.
That we know of.
And most of Southdale really benefits Edina. And, it's actually kind of nice. We're going to share the largesse with some of our immediate neighbors. That's my feeling on it.
I just wondered if there was, any equitable, any kind of arrangement, or just how that worked.
I just wanted to take 15 seconds to add on to your statement a few moments ago and compliment and thank the Edina staff that are still with us here at midnight and helping us do the work. Appreciate it very much.
So I don't want to delay us anymore, but as chair of the Lincoln and Londonderry Small Area Plan, I should probably talk about it. First and foremost, I want to say that our next workshop is Tuesday, September 10th, 6 to 8 p.m. at Edina Public Works. So if you go to, unfortunately, it's on Better Together Edina. Unfortunately, it's not on the front page or anything. You have to actually search for Lincoln and Londonderry to bring it up. But then you'll get the page about Lincoln and Londonderry. We're working on that. Because it doesn't fit into the categories of development projects, whatever. Anyway, so search for that, and it'll come up with our page. And if you want to watch it, there's a 17-minute case for action, which explains kind of what we've gone through so far and where we want to go in the future. And so this next meeting is to hear feedback from the community. So we want to hear from you. So if you live in that neighborhood, if you don't live in that neighborhood, if you live in Edina, come on down. If you work down there, whatever. We'd love to hear from you. And there'll be, what did they say here? There'll be kids' activities, so you can bring your kids, and including kids can participate too, so it'll be kind of fun. So we do ask that you RSVP. You don't have to, but we prefer just so we get a better idea of how many people are going to show up. So there's a link to that. You just click on the link to RSVP. And other than that, the commissioners have gone and interviewed Commissioner Day, and I have interviewed some of the business owners in that area. So we were doing kind of a survey of what the businesses are there, what they like, what they don't like. So we've heard a lot from the community, from the residents. We want to hear from the businesses too. So now we have that data, and some of that will be presented at this meeting also. So thank you.
And I'm going to urge the Planning Commission be there as well, right? Because I just got cut off. I think three of us are involved in it, but it'd be a great opportunity for the Planning Commission to talk with the neighborhoods.
All I can say is, wow, you guys are doing an exceptional job. And I feel like you should have like an Excel spreadsheet for a playbook of, how to go forward with the next small area plan. I feel like you guys have added a lot of other things that haven't been done before to this level. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, we have some impressive people on it, and city staff, and we picked an excellent consulting company to work with us. The city has never worked with these consultants before, and I think they're really doing a great job. So
If someone can just take
Very
notes of
innovative.
like what you've done, I think it'd better serve our other small area plans. I know it's a pretty general document that we've had before, so awesome. Anything else? Anyone?
Staff comments first.
Staff? You're like, anyone? You're like, home. Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting has been adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Got out of here before midnight. This is the latest I stay up, is planning commission meetings.